Hello everyone, welcome to Italy at Montesilvano, where we do have FIDE World Youth Chess Championship for under 18, 16 and 14 in the studio. We're working for you today, Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans and myself, Woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. So we had very tense first round yesterday, Arturs. Let's now take a look at the pairings and also the results of yesterday to check it out once again, what just happened.
Absolutely. I mean, it was quite a roller coaster, and despite the fact that usually in the very first rounds the favorites are supposed to have easier time, you could not definitely tell that at the under 18 age category, for example, because the high-seeded player in the open section, Volodar Murzin, for example, was having a very tough time to win his game against his opposition. He managed to do it in the end, but again, a very, very tense game. So I think that right now, let's have a look at those results and also what we can expect from tomorrow. So we are going to start with the girls under 14. Here you see all the favorites prevailed, scoring impressive victories. The only setback it was on board number 4, where Blažena Pridubna played a draw with the white color against Chosoraki Kresi from Greece.
That is right. Let's take a look at the next category. This is girls under 16, and we have here the rating favorite Alua Nurmanova, who managed to win her first game, and we don't see any upset. But on the board 6, we do have here the tie between 2 players, and we do have here Agnesa Ter-Avetisian, a European champion in her category under 16. She drew against Pragya from India. Now it's time to take a look at the girls under 18. Arturs, what was your biggest upset?
Yeah, and it seems that the same pattern is all the age categories, at least for girls, because a couple of draws from the top boards, it's happening. Also in the girls under 18 section, Kurmangalieva spoiled a very nice victory over Jessica Hayat, who we have to give some proper shout out, I guess, for leading pretty good defense. Also, one of the higher seeded players, Martina Vikar from Poland, played a draw against Nurai Savetpekova. So again, quite unpredicted results. Let's move on.
Let's see. The Open under 14, we can take a look what happened in this category. And here we do have the draw on the second board, and we also see here an upset on the 4th board, where the rating favorite lost his match, but this is just the first round and everything 10 more rounds ahead of them. So it's time to take a look very quickly to remaining the categories. Let's go to under 16 Open. What happened here, Arturs?
Yeah, it seems that all the favorites managed to win their games nicely. No upsets here. So the top seeded player under 16 is Jan Klimkowski, very talented player from Poland. And what's happening under 18 section? There was a major upset, and that of course is board number 2, Pranit Vupala, suffering a shock loss against Matthias Schutten. You know, I checked this game later. Apparently the Indian player was winning at some point, and yes, he could have grabbed a piece, but I mean, during the live commentary when we were covering this game, I mean, we're incredibly impressed, and I am still impressed by the amazing imagination of the young Norwegian player, and of course he's also going to be a player to watch out in this tournament.
Right, 3 minutes before the start of the tournament, it's time to take a look at the playing venue and check it out if all the players are already at the table. We can see the playing venue is still not full. There are still players coming, and we also had, I was just walking right before here, I got in our commentary room, and it was a huge lines for check-ins for fair play, and they were checking the devices. They have the special equipment that all the players have to walk through, but we can see the most of the leaders by the rating, they are already at the board. very focused and starting their day very fast.
I mean, FIDE is very, very strict when it comes to the fair play policy. A lot of things have been improved lately. Obviously, there are those metal scanners, the gates. You can't simply enter the playing hall without being scanned. No mobile phones, no phones, no pens, no parents, no grandmas. Nobody can be allowed here in the playing venue except of the players. So also there is a broadcast delay of 15 minutes. So again, that's why it's so tough. But I do believe that after a couple of rounds, of course, the first round Keti is going to be slightly slower for the players to get inside the playing hall. But usually these things at the highest level tournaments, they tend to get smoother.
That's right. And there's no such a stress for the players as it can be for the Blitz tournaments, because they will not start the clocks, or they will start the clocks and you do have still a lot of time on the clock. The time control is a classical time control, 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then after 40 moves, all the players will get additional 30 minutes increment. And let's not forget that players are getting 30 seconds of increment for every move they make.
Yeah, I think we had a special slide for this. The tournament system, once again, dear viewers, this is the World Championship age categories 14, 16, and 18 for girls and open section. In an open section, girls are allowed to play. This is a change in FIDE's policy already for 10 plus years. More than 80 countries participate in this event. Keti counted the actual number of the participants. I believe it was 766. The top represented countries, obviously, that's the home state, Italy. Keti, what are the actual numbers? Maybe you could read it.
From the Italy, we have the most of the numbers, and this is 45 participants, which is not a surprise because this is a host country, and of course, all these youth players who are playing in Italy, that's a great chance for them. And the second highest participants, the federation who has the participants is from Kazakhstan, and you can see one of the participants, Alua, under 16 from Kazakhstan on the stream. Chess is booming in this country thanks to all the chess players who are promoting chess in their country. Now it becomes so popular. Then we have India, of course, with 29 players at this tournament. I remember when I was a youth player, there were a lot of Turkish players as well. At those events, hundreds of them were going. But back in those days, we had from 10 to 18. Now we have a bit of different system. We talked about that yesterday. But still, it's, when your country, my country, Georgia, usually had one player in each category, which was like very small delegation, 10 people with the head of delegation together. And then you see all these countries with hundreds of players. That is amazing. You have hundreds of players, you have more medals, obviously. You have more chances for medals. All right, we do have here Arturs Grandmaster. We don't have a lot of Grandmasters, and some people might ask the questions of how come that they are not title players. And well, it's very obvious thing. They are just starting to play chess, right?
But there is one Grandmaster, and that is in the open section under 18, Volodar Murzin, the only player also over 2600 ELO representing FIDE. And we have about 20 international masters. I believe one of them is already on his way to get the GM norm. 100 FIDE masters, there's candidate masters, 1 woman Grandmaster, 6 women international masters. So the field here is packed with a lot of young, talented youngsters.
That is right. So a few minutes before the start, and this is the awkward moment. You don't know what to do. You cannot talk with your opponent. You cannot stare at your opponent as well. What you were doing at this moment when it was like some minutes before the start and your opponent was on the board, you were too. You are a youth player. You cannot probably communicate that well in English because English is not our first language, and for these kids, English is not their first language. What do you do?
I mean, if this is probably a very serious game for me, and I assume for all of the kids here, of course it is, because I mean the World Championships for most of these players is very often the only international tournament throughout the year. This is a chance for them to shine. I think that I would be very concentrated before the game, right? And this is at least how usually I sit before a very important upcoming game. I sit at the table, I do not wander around. Try to concentrate, try to remember what I was preparing for this game in the morning, because, dear viewers, we don't see a lot of information behind the scenes, the input work of the players preparing for the game. There is a lot of teamwork, coaches. I actually here, Keti, I met at the official hotel several notable grandmasters, like Alexander Shabalov, several times US champion. He's here working as a chess coach. Alexander Moiseyenko, he used to be 2700 grandmaster from Ukraine. Now he's working for the Kazakhstan team, right? And also some other grandmasters. So that's why these people, they don't appear here. They're doing their very hard work. Actually, as Alex Shabalov said today in the morning, yesterday he was working at something like 11 p.m., right, until the late evening to prepare the students, right? This is really important work. And again, it's not only just a game. There's a lot of this background story we are just not seeing on the screen.
That is right. I can't agree more, Arturs. A lot of work and a very important game for these youth players. As we mentioned yesterday, some of them will become the world champions or the medalists, and this will be biggest boost for them to get the sponsors from the federation or from the companies. And we just heard actually from our room that the arbiter announced to start the clocks, and that also appears on the screen. Arturs, I'm so excited for this round.
Absolutely. So the games are slowly heating up. We saw some upsets, but still the favorites were able to prove they are pre-tournament favorites to win the event. Here we have a very nice view of the open under 18 section. On the left, that is Volodar Murzin, the only player over 2600 elo, also the only grandmaster. The top two boards of every age group, they're playing on this very special stage, which we discussed this yesterday with Keti. It feels a little bit more special for the players to be recognized from the rest of the crowd. And also, I think it's some sort of an extra incentive for everybody try to play their best chess so that they can get up on these stairs and, you know, rise and shine and play some of the best chess.
Parents want to see you, kids, so you have to play well and you will be appearing on the screen all the time. Now let's take a look at the graphics and check out the pairings of this round to know the names of the participants we have on the screen. Here we go. We're actually starting with girls under 14. Let's start from here. We do have Anna Schichman, who is the leader, rating leader, and she will take Sarah Sima Darlich in this round. And here I see Georgian participant Kesaria Mkelaze on the fourth board. She'll face Claire Kaku, and the other players we might need to remember these names as they will play a lot of events and obviously we know them better. Let's move to the girls under 16 and check it out here. Aloha will play with white pieces against Vlasova Olesia, and then we do have all these participants fighting for the for becoming one of the leaders of the event, because it's very important for the tie breaks to start the tournament quite nicely. Girls under 18, let's take a look at that pairing and check it out. The rating favorite Elisabetta will take Camille Blackcat from France, and the rest of the players we can also see on the screen. Well, we're going to take a look also the games of these players and we will know them closer. Now it's time to move forward and check it out, the pairings of boys open under 14.
Yeah, now I believe it's open because since something like, again, what was it, 10, maybe slightly more years ago, FIDE made this decision to allow girls to participate in the boys section. Also the same applies in the adult sections. Also, the open section under 14 is the biggest group so far because I'm counting 88 8 actual playing boards, and this means it's almost 180 players in total.
Yep.
A lot of players are playing
That's
in the...
exactly
yeah.
what the number actually Arturs. Big competition. We do have rating favorites, but you know, you can try your best. You don't necessarily need to be first or second rated. You can win still the competition if you are, I don't know, 20th or so on, so on. It's everyone's games.
Absolutely. So the top seeded player is Sava Betokin representing FIDE. He's going to face today Stanislav Amaro from Italy, a local player. Ham Huk Tiang Kya, sorry, I hope I pronounced that correctly. He's playing against Yash Paradia. Those are the top two boards.
Top two boards, yeah. Maybe we move forward and check it out under 16 open category.
All right, and under 16, now this is the second round, and it means the favorites are switching their colors. Yesterday, the top-seeded players were always playing with black. Now it's time to play with white. Jan Klimkovsky, rated over 25 kg from Poland, is playing against Erzhan Zakshilikov, my apologies, from Kyrgyzstan. Josif Chachani from Romania is playing against Axel Bukvaloy, another talent from Norway. And then we have Spaniard Diego Macias Pino is playing against Rohit from India. It's going to be really fun to follow this open section under 16. Let's move on to the open under 18, and that is the oldest open section here in Italy, and that is Volodar Murzin representing FIDE, facing the Paraguayan player Juan Sebastian Melian. On the second board, we have yet another FIDE representative, Alexei Grebnev, playing against Jakub Chizy from Poland. Alex Sahakian makes it a derby against Emin Ohanyan. Two Armenians are playing against each other on board number 3.
Oh, tour. That's always very tough to play against your countrymen because there's always a tension. As we mentioned yesterday, let's first get back to the playing venue so we can check out the kids. But yesterday we mentioned that all these kids are the best in their country. They have won the national championships. But there's still more kids coming, so it means that they had some competition back in their country, and now they're facing each other here at the World Chess Championship. So we are going to dive very soon into the chess lines, and now let's bring up the chess board on the screen so we can already start to analyze the games. And we have...
Yeah, I see that there's a bit delay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Just a delay for some tables. I'm not sure why. And the only games I'm getting here is the... just a second. I think it's the open section under... 14, starting with the board number 3. So that's what we are going to do, open section under 14.
With white, we do have Alex Villatornero from Spain. His rating is quite impressive, 2383, almost 2400. And he's taken Eric G. Jaho from Norway, 2045 rated. I like the way how Eric is playing here, this h5. Very aggressive move, stopping g4 happening. To be honest, in this opening with black, I played this with black. I was always thinking how to deal with g4, g5, h4, h5. These days, these kids are very practical. They just play h5 and stopping those pawns right away.
Yeah, I mean, this is really modern stuff. So once again, this was the Najdorf, Sicilian Najdorf, one of the most popular Sicilian systems out there. It was championed in the past years by such great players as Robbie James Fischer, Garry Kasparov. From the modern players, I could mention Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Michel-Lagrave. I mean, really, really sharp and popular combination. And also, white very often goes after the horns of the opponent and immediately starts to play aggressive chess, opening the center. F3, the so-called English system, as Keti already said. White wants to play bishop e3, queen d2, long castle, position the king on the other side where black is going to position his own king, and then, you know, march forward with those pawns to create targets at the king side. So this is precisely the reason why after bishop e3, Keti, suddenly h5 has become quite a thing. And if my memory is really not failing me terribly here, I think it all started around the time of Veselin Topalov being one of the best players in the world. He championed this very successfully when he was the world champion. The idea is to top g4 and say black is not concerned about the pawn standing on h5, and sometimes he's actually even castling short.
Yeah, you also castle short. Well, when I was playing this tournament to play h5, that would be probably punishable action to do and to weaken your king side. That's a bit a joke, but everything improves, you know, and the chess also improves very much with the help of the artificial intellect and the chess computers. You're learning that these moves are very practical, you can survive, and in fact, you can actually find a big use of it. So I like to see Sicilian. This promises us a lot of fun indeed. And we're gonna see perhaps some sort of like a long side castle for white, short side castle from black, and so on. Do we have more games in this section?
Absolutely. Since we're talking about open section under 14, we're just getting fixed what's happening with the top boards. We're gonna of course start with them shortly. So let's have a look at the open section under 14, and that is board number 4. Inyat Bolat from Kazakhstan is playing against FIDE representative Artyom Uskov. Here we don't have a lot of moves. That is the start of the Sicilian Tamanov. I'm slightly surprised that Inyat is thinking here about his choices. But again, we can only assume, and this is, by the way, one thing we just cannot get this information from the board, there could be an opening surprise. Because, once again, these players, they're preparing for something, their coaches are expecting something. So imagine yourself, the coach of Inyat was preparing him entire morning, now you have to play the Sicilian and Najdorf, and this is what you're going to get. And then your opponent suddenly plays Sicilian Tamanov. So what you should do?
Oh, your first thought is like, oh, what a waste of the time that you have prepared. But you guys, it's never a waste of time, because it's never bad to work on chess. It's always improving and improving. So if not today, it might happen tomorrow. So it's good to know. Good to be prepared already for this tournament. My personal approach to this, in general, the tournaments like this, preparation is to prepare beforehand well, and then at this kind of tournament, just to review what to play, which opening just to choose which opening to play. But you cannot spend hours and hours before the game, because that also exhausts you. But people are different. They have some of them prepared to work 3 hours before the game, so it's up to their personal choices and also the abilities, because you need physical strength as well to handle first like 3 hours of training before the game, and then 5 hours of the game.
I mean, actually, I've done this sometimes before, Keti. I've done the preparation, meaning the game lasts 4 hours, and I prepared for it 5. Yeah, it has happened. It has happened before. Jeez. I mean, I have to confess, I don't do this anymore, definitely. So I try to preserve my energy. But I mean, whenever there's a very important game, this is the kind of work that you just don't really see. And sometimes your opponent plays something else, the first move or the second move, and all of your nice preparation is just gone out of the window. Once again, that's why it is so tough to play at this level. But speaking about the actual game here, Bolat decided to play bishop f4. This is the so-called modern touch against Tamanov. White is immediately applying pressure against the square of d6, thinking about knight b5. And if my memory is not failing me completely here, Keti, I think that Black has to continue with d6, and then I think there were moves like knight takes, b takes, and I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember. Maybe it was knight d2 next. Fine. I somehow remember this queen d3, queen g3 maneuver somewhere.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
can we go back on bishop f4? This move, there are also parents watching right now to check out how their children are doing. So maybe they will think, what happens about this move e5, baby fork? This move, bishop f4, calls for the actions. How whites will deal with that?
I mean, it would be a nice idea, but white has a nice intermezzo of knight takes on c6, so b takes on c6, and the pawn is just up for grabs, because after bishop takes on e5, this might work, this trick might work with the knight on e5, but not with the bishop, because white simply retreats, bishop c3, and keeps the extra pawn. So this baby fork, I love this actually, Keti. You mentioned this yesterday, and I learned it for the first time. I didn't really know this. I love it now. But I don't think it works here. But again, doesn't mean we are going to completely rule it out. It might happen at some point later. But I think something like more modest as d6 still is going to follow.
Right. It's always good to follow the theory with black here. He almost have 2400 ratings, so I'm sure he knows quite well the theory, and he will follow up to that. Arturs, can we move to the next board and check it out? What opening?
Right. I would like to try the top boards of the Open under 14. Right?
Do we have the games?
I think so. I would like to give it a try because there were some technical issues with the top boards. Let me give it a try. Right? If not, we go back here. All right.
All right. All right.
We have the boards. Okay. There you go. That is, let's go to the open section under 18. Volodar Morzin is playing, representing FIDE. He is playing against Juan Sebastian Melian. He was the player from Paraguay. All right. And if I remember correctly, the Paraguayans have sent quite a formidable federation, which was something like 20 something, if I remember correctly. No. 3. Okay, I mixed up. Apparently there was another, I think it was Mexico. Yeah, Mexico sent a lot of players.
Mexico has a lot of players
right.
there. That's quite shocking to me as well. That's actually good shocking indeed. To talk about this opening, here we can see that we do have a London bishop on f4. The bishop is known as that. Arturs, a lot of question always comes about how to deal with the London.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I'm afraid, Keti, that there is no simple answer. There's two kinds of approaches from black. Either black plays whatever the setup, meaning, I mean, this is what here Juan Sebastian has chosen. e6, b6, bishop b7, some queens in an approach with c5. You can basically play whatever you want. Or you try to immediately demolish the London system right at the gate, which is also a very popular thing, right? And here, after d4, knight f6, bishop f4, the so-called aggressive approach is to play d5, e3, c5, queen b6, knight c6, hit the pawn on d4, hit the pawn on b2 here, and this is only where the theory is starting to develop. And I think that we have to thank, largely thanks to the popularity of the London system, not because of some high-level English grandmasters. No, it's actually due to the best player in the history of chess. I think we can call him like that, Magnus Carlsen, who brought it to practice many years ago. I mean, okay, how many? He's actually quite young still, but what is it?
About like that. Yeah, that's true.
7-8 years ago. So he brought it to practice, trying to research these simple positions, and ever since Magnus brought us to practice, the London system has received quite a boom.
Yeah, about that I was doing the commentary of one of the women's event, and Stefanova was playing bishop f4. And at that time, Magnus also started to play, and everyone was like, Magnus plays this London and everything. And I was doing commentary with Michal Cheshin, so well-experienced coach, and we know him as chess theoretician, and he says, yes, Stepanova was Carlsen before Carlsen was Carlsen. So that was the greatest thing to me, because she was also playing that so much, and it seems like if you choose to play this opening and you know exactly how to play the opening, it can give you a lot of points, because it can be very dangerous in for black.
Right. All right. I didn't really know this. I often credit Magnus for starting it earlier, but all right. So apparently Stefanova did it. I mean, the former women's world champion, one of the greatest women players in the history of chess. So here we have bishop b7, the choice of the Paraguayan player. And now Morzin is trying to figure out, but no, I think he He already played the move because he is not at the board and I don't have it yet. Oh, there you go. Knight C4 registers. And I think that what here Keti he's trying to do, he's trying to launch knight e6 check. I mean, this outpost on d6 looks really scary and black does not want to allow it. But I think his actual idea is if black responds with e5 and tries to kick away this knight, then suddenly after knight e5 you start to appreciate white's threats. There's bishop b5 check, and perhaps a more sinister threat is knight g5 hitting this pawn on f7.
Oof, look at that. The moment knight lands on e5 square, it creates so many danger to black's pieces, and this happens in this setup. Arturs, after knight c4, if black responds with d6 and stops the knight to get on that square, white can take the pawn on c5. You cannot take it back with the b pawn because we can see that d6 itself is a weakness. And when you take with the d pawn, after this, you can trade the queens, castle on the short side, or to play knight e5 to hit the pawn on f7. And somehow you have very pleasant position with white. Almost every piece is well developed, and you also have some nice squares for the pieces.
Yeah, this is very, very unpleasant for black, and I don't think it's going to happen. So that's why here the Paraguayan player is choosing his options, and after knight c4, I'm sure he can do something else, or whatever it is. Not entirely sure. He's going to have to figure out what's the idea to best play to against knight e6. Let's select the second board of the open section under 18, where we have yet another FIDE representative, Alexei Grebnev, who's playing against Jakub Czyzy from Poland. Oh, a3.
A3?
All right.
That's
this is
very
something I can talk about.
Really?
Yes.
Have you done Chesapeake course?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
I mean,
about A3?
I feel I have to advertise this, of course. So after c4, e5, this is the so-called reverse Sicilian, my maiden chessable course, the very first chessable course I wrote at Lifetime Repertoires. And it's largely based on the idea that black wants to play knight f6 and d5, play very aggressively in the center. So here, white decided to step away from the well-trodden paths, and he decided to play d3. It might look a bit strange, but then again, when you look at this position, I think you start to see this is essentially Sicilian Najdorf with an extra tempo, and all of the same ideas that are in the Sicilian Najdorf, they apply here. The only difference here, dear viewers, is that black is one tempi down. So after knight f6, a3. Now, if black plays d5, we're essentially playing the Sicilian Najdorf, but white has this extra tempo. Also, maybe he might be having the opportunity to play the Sicilian Dragon with colors reversed.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting how the openings can transpose to each other, and also with the color reverse. You can come up with so smart ideas to get your opponent into your territory. If you feel strong in, for instance, in Sicilian, with white pieces with one tempo up, you will be very, very comfortable. Arturs, it's indeed very interesting. What can we say about these two players? What's the rating? What's the rating of this one? Who is the racing favorite?
So the rating favorite is Alexei Grebnev. He is the third seeded player, international master. Jakub Czyzy. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Dear viewers, once again,
is it Polish name?
Yeah, he's a Polish player.
I'll try a Polish name.
I'm sorry?
It's not ch, it's ch.
Ch? All right. I'm so sorry. So in case somebody's watching and I pronounce something wrong, I'm so sorry. I'm doing my absolute best. Sometimes it's difficult to pronounce. This is not because I want to, belittle somebody, but it's just how I spell it. But anyway, Jakub is apparently a very talented player from Poland, a FIDE master. So we, of course, know that Poland has produced a lot of chess talent. It all started, I think that historically it all started with the great Michal Krasenkov. He switched to Poland. Then came the times of Radoslav Wojtaszek. After Radoslav Wojtaszek grew young Krzysztof Duda. There's a lot of very strong grandmasters emerging from Poland, very, very fun.
We also
country to
had
follow.
Sochka family
Of
grandmasters. So it has been a tradition of chess for years and years, and Poland used to have the strongest team as well back in those days when chess was very unique game and a sport to play. But these days, Arturs, I can say that in Poland, at the youth categories, there can be thousands of kids playing the tournament, which is incredible. And I'm coming from the chess country. I'm from Georgia, and to see these numbers, for me, it's quite shocking.
You know, one thing I've always admired about Polish chess, and I have to confess this, is the fact that the entire families are playing chess, right?
Yeah.
And it's very, very common. And this is something I haven't seen anywhere really. So if, let's say there's a brother, the brother playing chess, there's very big odds also the sister playing chess. Very big odds. And also at a very high level, there's grandmasters, women grandmasters, etc. I could name you several names if you would like to. But again, I'm always been amazed. So let's keep an eye on, of course, on this game. So it's
Arturs,
really difficult
about
to predict.
that family traditions to play chess together. I recently played a very nice traditional blitz tournament in a very small town in Poland. And when I was looking at the players, I could recognize who was the family, because they were very similar. They look very alike, and you can see who are the brothers, who are the sisters, and also just whole family. Not only that they were talking to each other and the word together, but they were just visibly similar. And that was also so interesting to see whole family goes to the chess tournament for the weekends and spend this important time together and also compete.
Also, one thing we are not seeing here is that some of the players have arrived for their families, also providing some emotional support, because once again, this is a very psychologically difficult event, and if you have a family by your side, it absolutely helps. So here Jakub is thinking about his choices. We can only assume that he was not ready for a3. Apparently, Alexei's idea is try to throw off his opponent from the opening preparation. I think he must assume that the Polish players are usually very good in opening theory, hence the reason why a3 is on the board. So let's simply move on, and I think that we could select the top board of the open section under 16. And since we just talked about the Polish chess, this is the top seeded player Jan Klimkowski playing against just a second, I lost the pairing here. Against Erjan Jakshilikov from Kyrgyzstan.
Yep, that is the players, and very interesting opening here. We can see the queen has already landed on d6 square, controlling everything on the black side of the board, and black just played f6 to guard the knight on e5. So that's the situation. Arturs, shall we take a look at this game from the beginning to see how they have arrived to this position?
It looks very familiar. And the first thing, Keti, I'm noticing on the clock is that Erjan has 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock. So we can assume it's part of the opening prep. And Jan is slightly surprised. So let's see indeed how this happened. e6, all right, quite a topical line, e5. So white immediately tries to punish black for playing c5, and this knight on f6 seemingly has nowhere to go. And it appears that black has wasted 2 tempi for playing knight f6 and knight g8. But when you look deeper at this position, you start to realize that the pawn on e5 for white might actually be in trouble. Hence the reason why Jan tried to play it out a bit more aggressive. Here you go. He actually sacrificed the pawn. This is something I think I've seen. Knight e4, knight e5, and knight d to b5.
Yep, going to d6 square, and seems like black have not avoided to stop this knight getting on d6 square, but instead of this, invited to get on d6 square. So a6 was played. Maybe if he had not spent any time, this is exactly his preparation.
I have some very vague memory here, Keti. I think for some reason d6 was not working. I don't remember why. Was it because of c5? and you would trade the queens and play bishop f4 or bishop f4 immediately, maybe even knight e4 immediately, hit the pawn on d6, and there's some difficulties. Whatever was the reason, black decided that d6 is not working, provoked white to play knight e6, takes, f6, and here what black wants to do is to play knight f7, kick away the queen, and then complete the development. So the question is this: does white have enough compensation for the sacrificed pawn? I think, yeah, absolutely, white has two bishops, very nice development, etc. But what I'm more interested, Keti, is does he have more than a compensation? This I don't know.
More than a compensation, that's a really good question indeed. Well, white has pair of bishops, so what white has to do here is to find a way how to be very active. Maybe something like bishop to f4 to hit this knight and control this long diagonal, then to try to castle on the long side, then to play bishop d3 and perhaps look for some king side attack later on. White has to find to use the way to use this pair of bishop, and very often the pair of bishop is a good compensation for a pawn.
Especially also because on top of that you add some darks for weaknesses, and thanks to the evolution of the modern chess engines, they have allowed the chess players to understand chess better than ever, and they're very often quite aggressive when it comes to getting the initiative, sacrificing pawns. And there you go. So Jan Klinkowski here is following the best practices of the modern chess engines. He's sacrificing a pawn for something that we call in the professional language long-term compensation. And even if there is no obvious way how white wins back the sacrificed pawn, let alone we're not even talking about a mate on the board, white is simply having a beautiful piece activity, and then in the long run he's supposed to win this pawn somehow back.
That's right. There's a funny line if we can follow Arturs. Knight to f3, I see this is the most played move here to kick the queen away, and itself the knight is hanging. If white here plays queen to c5, looking the eye on this diagonal, and black plays knight to e7, that somehow drops the queen on d8, and white can go for bishop to c7. This looks like, oh no, my queen, but there's d6 move here that black can still give some hope to black's queen to d7, but this looks very tempting line for the continuation because black's pieces are very packed here.
Yeah, it again rings a bell. Yeah, this is something you don't see very often, and I can only assume that the reputation of this line probably is somewhat shady. I would not be surprised. Then again, it all comes down to this one particular game. This is a very popular strategy at all kinds of levels, at youth level, also at the professional level. You play a bit shady line, and also there's this chance that your opponent has checked it last like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And there you go, you're sitting there at the table and you try to remember, all right, what did I do in the summer of year 2020, right? I was going through this continuation in my training camp. Oh my goodness, I don't remember. So I think there was this, there was that, there was this maneuver.
Yes.
But exactly what was the idea, I don't remember. So continuing your thought, Keti, after knight f7, queen c5 with the idea to play bishop c7 absolutely makes sense. I'm also looking at something like queen a3 to remove the queen and then somehow try to press seriously this weakness on d6.
Right. Another thing that white can have compensation here is the light square bishop of blacks. Very often in this structure, this bishop suffers to find the proper square to develop. So you point down the weaknesses on the dark squares. Knight can jump on a4, on b6, and try to annoy the rook and the bishop on the back rank. So I believe white has a very, very nice compensation. But what we can see now on the clock is that this might be somewhere surprise for white, as white has burned more time. Maybe he was not expected this opening. Maybe he needs some time to memorize how the thing's gonna go. But one thing is for sure, that this will be very promising game for us, for commentators, and it will be quite entertaining.
And here black is choosing his continuation. Maybe knight f7 is the obvious choice. Perhaps he's considering to drop the pawn immediately, continue development. Let's move on, and my suggestion, Keti, is that we could check the board number 2 of the open section under 18.
Where are the queens? Queens have already gone.
We have Josef Ciociani playing from Romania, playing against Axel Bukvaloi, a young player from Norway, another chess talent that Norway has produced. It seems to be some sort of a Najdorf, because these ideas to sacrifice the d pawn for some activity, I would say it's already around for quite some time, but I think, Keti, White was supposed to have the queens in this position to have this queenside attack. So where is it?
But another thing, Arturs, is that my coach told me when we were working on Sicilian, if you trade the queens in most of the positions with black, you will have very pleasant end games, and there will be less danger for you because white will have not enough forces to attack your king.
So what you're recommending is trade queens early if you're black?
Then the practice show. I would actually, in some positions, yes. In some positions, yes. But when you're a kid, when you're playing at these tournaments, these small things can influence you so much that all my life I have never enjoyed to have a queen on the board. I always was looking to trade up the queens. I didn't know how to use the queen.
I'll keep queens against you next time we play.
Oh, now I learned, Arturs, come on.
All right. Now that you revealed this deadly secret, now I know.
No, I learned how to use the queen, and the queen is a very powerful piece indeed. And you need to launch the attack, but you know how much students are relying on the coaches, and these kind of little things can change their mindset. But let's see how actually they trade it. Maybe it's a good trade. You never know.
Once again, this h5. This is a continuation we already saw in one of the other group games. We slightly mentioned this, that it was very popular already since the best years of Veselin Topalov, trying to slow down White's idea to push g4, g5, and Black is not really afraid of putting the pawn on h5 and then sometimes casting short. This idea of knight e5 is quite modern. Rook c8, king b1, bishop d5, e takes, knight b6. And just recently I was doing commentary with Petr Leko, who would probably tell a very nice backstory, during the commentary of FIDE Grand Swiss. And he was telling a very nice backstory how he came up with the concept of sacrificing this pawn on d5 back in the day when he was working together with, who was it? I think Vishy Anand, I hope I remember correctly. And very, very interesting backstory how White gets a lot of activity here. But apparently the queens were supposed to stay on the board. And now White played queen a5, knight takes on d5, and played bishop f2. Well, there you go. This is something modern I don't think I've ever seen. And yet look at the clock. Kvaloi appears to be perfectly ready for this setup. Queen c7. He doesn't take the queen on a5, I guess for the reason because the white knight on a5 will be better placed. For example, let's say knight a5, queen a5, knight a5, and c4 to follow, opening up some weaknesses to exploit. So he says, we can trade the queens, but under my terms, queen c7, knight c7, and this is the position on the board. What is missing? The pawn, but I would imagine, Keti, that c4 will be played pretty quick.
Yeah, the fact that White has to somehow start to play very fast in this position is there, because you just sacrifice the central pawn. You open up the d file. Isn't it knight a5 on the board? Perhaps this knight is going to b7 square to attack the d6 pawn. And Arturs, it's very interesting situation that if Black pushes d5, then another pawn next to it, e5, will be White's target, and there will be rook to e1, maybe bishop to g3, and Black will struggle to hold it. And the more you push this pawn, it will be more and more hard to keep it alive on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this position, so I assume it's some computer prep. And I'm amazed that both of the players have ventured here. So again, this is essentially a battle of two preparations. We don't know how far it goes. And there you go. There Kvaloi once again goes back at the board, and usually the speed, how quickly the player executes the next move, is a good idea to give us some picture if he is still within the prep. Now let's look at this. If Valois is gonna fire out the next move like in 10 seconds, then he is still in the prep. If not, then apparently Josef here has played something surprising.
Yeah, that's a good concept to observe the game. We can see here.
I think he's trying to remember.
Yes.
He's trying to remember very hard. Look at this. I mean, he's grabbed his head. He's trying to remember. He's thinking, what did my chess coach told me here in this line? I mean, I know this move, knight a5. I checked it last night. This was the 200th line I had to memorize for this game. And what was it?
Yeah, that is exactly the posture of the player who is memorizing what was in the lines. But another thing is that when you have some position that you had on the board at home, you know the evaluation. And in chess, it's very important to know the evaluation to understand: are you going to fight for a win? Are you going to defend the position? So at this point, there's already good sign for black. If he had this at home, that he knows the evaluation exactly well, and he knows the plan, how to proceed the game, and the rest he can find it out on the board by himself. I think he's diving in deep now in the lines. Shall we go to the next board?
Yeah, let's do that. Now I think.
And Arturs, also, we can shout out to our chat on YouTube. We do have a lot of people watching this stream, and you guys, there is a delay. We're gonna see your messages 15 minutes before after, but this is just because to make it safe for everyone, there will be no difficulties for the chess players, and this is one of the measures of fair play at the chess tournament. But still, besides this 15 minutes delay, you can let us know which country you're supporting, which country you are from and watching us, and if there is anyone that you want to check it out, just let us know. We will try to find the board.
All right, and now we are going to start with the open section under 14. This is the top board, Sava Vetokin FIDE representative. Already international master at his young age. He's playing against Stanislav Maro from Italy. So white here is an ELO favorite, but we have something sharp. Let's check how did the players get here. I don't immediately, not necessarily recognize this line. Surely I've seen something very similar before. All right, d5, knight c3. Yeah, I think that this continuation, Keti, knight c3, has become super popular in the past years. There's a lot of mainstream theory. There's the Rogozin line with bishop b4, very highly contested. There are those Tarrasch lines with c5. Yesterday we saw one of the girls' top leading boards playing d-takes e4, e4, b5, very often starting with this position. Here, the Italian player decided to play Rogozin immediatay, bishop b4.
Yeah, are you d4, e4 player, right? e4, c4 player.
I'm all kinds of player.
Yeah?
Meaning, I play mostly e4, but I came to appreciate the strategic capabilities that d4 provides.
Yeah,
I like
so
it. I
well
like it.
said.
Get it. The more I play chess, I realize I'm more a d4 player.
Really?
More. Yeah,
wow,
definitely.
That's amazing.
I think the major difference, if we talk about styles, why some people play e4, why some people play d4, and I think that e4 very often is more aggressive because there's all kinds of sharp Sicilians. And for example, if you look at the repertoire of one of the greatest chess players of history, Garry Kasparov, he with white e4, e5, he would respond with the Scotch opening, very, very sharp. And I always treated that d4 is more for the, the positional, very strong grinders, like who understand these structures, but I might be wrong.
It used to be, it had such a name the d4 that it's like boring, long lines, nothing interesting. e4 was such a sharp, as you mentioned, and I'm a d4 player all my life. Never had a choice to study e4, but always believed that I would be better e4 player actually. And there's always the stages, right? You cannot start as a kid d4 because it's too strategic battle. And first you have to develop your other skills like attacking skills, to detect the problems, to detect the weaknesses, and then to attack right away to that weakness. And then you can switch to d4. That's my personal approach to these openings. And as a kid, I never had a choice. I remember that when I switched from e4 to d4, it was a very big struggle for me to, as a little kid, to understand what the other grown-up kids were talking about d4. And until these days, I'm really, really wanting to know how to play e4, all these long lines. So for those who are watching this commentaries, whose kids are playing chess, sometimes parents are very confused. I would personally recommend, if they are just starting to play chess, to go e4, because that's very rich.
Yeah, but in general, I do agree, Keti, but I think that also the perception is changing very rapidly. And I've always believed, for example, when you are teaching kids to learn chess, you're supposed to teach them some central based openings like e4, e5, like d4, d5. Okay, whatever, let's say d4, e4, doesn't really matter. You have to teach them how to fight for the center, develop the pieces, castle, short, etc. But then again, some people are playing sharp Najdorf, they're playing the Sicilian Dragon as the very first opening, and they're doing just fine. So I'm not entirely sure if always the same old rules apply, right? Chess is changing and evolving, and also the understanding of the chess coaches, what to teach their students, is evolving all the time. So here Sava is playing d4. All right, fine. Let's see what happened here. h6.
Yeah, he's international master. I think he can afford
he can afford to play d4, yeah? That's
he's
nice.
2400.
That's nice.
He's 2400 indeed. We're talking about the people who are starting. So about this opening, Arturs, it's very interesting as white is giving up the dark square bishop very fast for the knight. And then continues to play. This is the final move we have, right? We don't have more moves.
Yeah, there you go. Finally registered the move d takes on c5. There was a slight delay. And yeah, I was wondering what's going to be the continuation. So I think that for Sabak here, he had to take on c5 in the long run. Why? Because if black is allowed to, let's say, position the bishop on e6, play c4, knight c6, and then at some point establish a pawn majority at the queen side, then white might find himself in a position where he has limited chances to organize what I call it, the so-called pawn play. Because I'm a very strong believer, Keti, when it comes to this rule. In order to be successful in chess after the opening phase, you need to heavily rely on your pawns, because the way I treat chess is that you should be pushing forward your pawns because they're the least valuable things, and then you're sending in the cavalry, the heavy pieces, the other minor pieces, right? Because your pawns have created targets, and if you're not using those pawns properly, then it's difficult to maneuver with the pieces. And I'm seeing this these things with my students sometimes when I'm coaching, that they're not using these pawns properly. And for example, if here Sava wouldn't take on c5, he would allow black to play c4. In the long run, I mean, his position looks really nice, but he might have to go for a breakthrough anyway, which would increase the power of the bishops. So anyway, it was probably a wasted explanation, but the reason why Sava played d takes on c5, it is not to win a pawn. I don't believe, Keti, that he wants to win a pawn on d5. He just wants to stop black from playing c5, c4. Of course, he's eyeballing the pawn on d5, but he wants to get this long run game where he has established a weakness on d5 and an outpost on d4. And after bishop e2, should castle, something like knight d4, try to get a decent game. I think that here black is supposed to play something like bishop e6. Bishop e6, knight e7, and knight takes on c5. But then again, I have to confess immediately, Keti, I'm not really a great expert of this line. Perhaps even bishop takes on c5 works just fine, ignoring the pawn on d5. I'm not entirely sure if white wants to take it, because again, it opens up the position too much. Not sure. I think bishop e6 will just fine.
Yeah, after d takes c5, you play bishop to e6, not to give up d5 pawn.
Oh wait, queen d4. Oh wow.
Knight c. Oh.
Oh wow, this might change something.
Oh wow.
This move is not supposed to be there actually,
Yeah.
and I definitely haven't seen it. Maybe this is the reason why Stanislav here is thinking why he hasn't yet made a move. I think he wants to play this bishop e6, knight e7, but what about queen d4 here? Maybe he has to then continue something like knight c6, stopping this queen d4, going for some active development. And I think it would be quite risky for white to accept this pawn on d5, because if I would be able to play bishop e6, I mean, look at my development here, Keti. I have so well developed pieces. Queen e4, I can just snatch the pawn on a2, the pawn on c5 is a goner, and something is bound to happen here. So I think what could happen here, that after knight c6, white probably is not going to snatch this pawn and instead play something else. What exactly? This I don't know.
Yeah, that's indeed a very interesting question. How to play after that. And this seems to be actually the theory here. Black is taking time, right? Black has several options. Knight c6, as you mentioned, is the main line here to stop queen to d4 happening, right? So after knight to c6, you can't also take the pawn on d5 because knight is pinned. If you spend the tempo here and play a3, that's also one of the main line here. Now you don't take the pawn on c5 because knight d5 indeed is the move. You take first the knight on c3, give a check, rook takes c3, and now black has several options. You can either play bishop g4 to pin the knight. You can also play rook to d8 to secure this pawn on d5, and seems like black likes to play this position without a pawn. I would not do actually that.
Well, if I was black, I would always ask the question, so what exactly do I have for this pawn? I'm not entirely convinced. Obviously, there's going to be something, some sort of a d4 incoming. Maybe he's just fine. For example, let's say do I take on f3 immediately? I'm not sure. Take on f3, d4.
Yeah,
take
do that.
it. There could be a check on e8. Could be, I'm not sure, maybe knight d4 before.
You take, there are like, I'm just checking now the games, and there is a check on e8, rook to f to e8. And now if rook goes on e3, then you take on d4.
That's the idea. I got it, get it. Yeah, take on f3 and snatch the pawn on b2.
First take the rook.
First take the rook and then take on f3, yeah?
Yes, to weaken the pawn as well on e3.
I'm not sure that makes any sense. Okay, I'm not going to argue with the theory, you know?
Yeah.
But I think that
it's so interesting. It's so interesting. So there have been a lot of games. Rook takes here, pawn takes, knight takes on f3. And if you take with the queen, yes, queen b2 now is impossible because f7 is hanging. But if we go back just a little bit, rook, not f to e8, but rook a to e8 is the theory here. So you keep another rook on f8 in this position, yes. It's very deep. It's very deep. It's very deep.
All right. I'm not going to argue about this. This is theory. This is theory here, and it appears that Sava has done his homework, while here Vamaro is still thinking about his choices. So maybe the Italian player is not remembering the details because, yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to study theory quite far. Perhaps there are some other choices. Whatever they are, we are going to find out later. Let's continue to observe, and we could switch the board number 2 of the open section under 14, where is playing one of the top-seeded players, Tran Jiapuk Pham from Vietnam, playing against Yash Paradia from India. And this looks quite interesting. Is it some sort of a Catalan Keti? I mean, it appears to be.
Catalan.
Yeah,
seems
I think so. I mean, this position can appear from several openings, even Queen's Indian defense. Let's just go through. No, not quite. Catalan. Yeah, I'm not even sure what's the official title of this opening. Very often white plays this just to get a game. By the way, very popular strategy at all kinds of levels. Sometimes you are showing your very deep prep, and sometimes you just want to get a game, right? Not necessarily try to compete with the theoretical skills of the opponent, just to get the game, fight for the center, bring out the pieces. Knight on d4. I think that this line has a reputation, Keti, of being quite harmless for black. And to my knowledge, queen takes on d4 usually in these positions is more principled. Queen takes on d4, black usually plays b6, knight e7, and goes for some sort of a hedgehog position, because now if you play d5, I think that this diagonal somehow is making black suffer. I can only assume, Keti, it's some sort of a knight e5, and it's not easy to deal with this pressure. So queen on c8 or queen on c7 positions the queen exactly under the potential x-ray of the white rook. But anyway, knight x on d4 was played by the Vietnamese player. He's perfectly happy with this trade. And I think that after either d5 or knight c6, black is supposed to be completely fine here.
Yep, I've traded all the pieces and also not have too much of the weaknesses. Only weakness here in this position that black is having is this c6 square. So white needs to get the knight on d2, f3, e5, and rook to c1, and to press on c6. And that actually is quite a long road for the knight and a lot of moves. So black has to find a way to control c-file herself.
Yeah, this is a very common idea, especially in the Catalan, to somehow exploit this weakness on c6. And by the way, one of the greatest mistakes I used to have when I was a kid, and I have to confess, is that I very strongly believe that if I have a symmetrical position, there is no fight, right? I always believe that, I mean, in order to get a fight, you need to have unbalanced pawn structure. But then I came to appreciate that even in rather equally looking pawn structures, there's a lot of game. And yeah, so that's why this is also what's happening here. All right, queen d5 check was played, f3, rook d8, and now white is choosing, can he play e4? e4 looks quite risky because this creates a potential pin. I think, Keti, here black has solved all the opening problems. The queen very often goes to b7, followed by either knight c6, knight e7, and he can safely look into the future.
That is true. So we're going to keep the eye to this game as well, because still the position is quite rich. They can both try some of the ideas. In this position, we already know white's idea here, where that white now wants to control c6 square, which can be the problem for black. But black can also try something like h5, h4 to weaken the light squares on the king side. That's still quite long game. You guys, we're now taking our first break, and when we will be back, we're gonna continue to take a look at the leaders board in the other sections too. So please let us know which of these boards you want to get us know closer and want us to commentate. If there is anyone that you are supporting, we'd love to know about that too. And don't go anywhere, because we will be back shortly.
We'll be seeing you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. This is World Youth Chess Championship in Italy, Montesilvano. In the studio, we are Keti and Arturs, and we do have the second round out of 11, and all the games are heating up. Arturs, so far we have seen some of the games. What you can say about this round? Do you think that we might have some very interesting games coming up?
I think we already have them. We definitely could sense that some of the opening preparations did not really quite work. This is normal, this is standard, it happens all the time. I would actually say it's quite unexpected if you have done your homework and your opponent plays it for the next 20 moves. It would be really strange. So quite some interesting action in all the age groups. So we are going to continue with the age group of, I think, the girls.
Girls under 18, yes, yeah. And you can check it out, the first board in this group. Here we have the rating favorites with white pieces, Elizaveta Herpenchikova, and she's playing against Camille Blancat from France. And we have a very interesting position where Black's king has lost the right to castle, and white pieces are very active. Queen on g5, bishop on e5. How serious is this position?
I think the big question here, Keti, is bishop takes at f2 a move or not. So let's maybe go through step by step what happened the previous move so that I get some background information, because bishop f2 looks really promising. There you go, the Karakan system, the advanced variation, which right now has the best reputation. It's amazing how the opening theory changes all the time. When I started to play e4, knight c3 was automatically responded by everybody. e5 has been proven that white gets quite a serious space advantage and can test a black setup. c6, c5, it's not the most played combination here. Black usually plays bishop f5, then tries to get a solid game with e6. But c5, of course, it's something that you have to know. Black immediately tries to undermine white's control of the center with moves like knight c6, queen b6, essentially trying to get some sort of a French defense position. So if white doesn't do much and he tries to play c3, knight f3, then black can very quickly take over the game. So it's only understandable that white decided to play d takes on c5, e6, and look at this, a3. That's the move which I like the most in this position.
Yeah, a3 is because white wants to play b4 and keep the pawn alive on c5, or what's this sneaky little move here?
Yeah, it's actually a bit deeper than that. I mean, a3, of course, yeah, you're right, Keti. Sometimes white is thinking about this b4, and since we are talking about this, I think it probably makes sense to mention that b4 immediately is a bit risky choice. Not only because of knight c6, I think there's also a5, and you can't respond with a3 because then after the capture, your rook and a1 is under attack. So you would have to play something like c3, which closes this bishop on b2, which is simply not ideal. But anyway, the big idea of this a3, you would not believe it or not, Keti, but it controls the b4 square. And white often is thinking about ideas like bishop d3 and queen g4. So immediately challenge the pawn on g7. For example, if black will play bishop takes on c5, you play it like a typical French defense position, queen g4, hitting the pawn on g7, and then after bishop d3, not only you're thinking about this kingside attack, but also you have secured yourself the well-being of the Lasco bishop on d3.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And this kind of early moves like a3 has sometimes very deep meaning, and it also shows how well do you know these openings and how well you are actually prepared. So after a3, we had knight to c6, the black started to attack another pawn on e5. White responded with knight f3 to guard it. Bishop c5 has been captured. b4 attacking the bishop, and when this bishop goes back on b6, now bishop to b2. And here black responded with very interesting continuation f6, because I was just thinking this b4 bishop b2, what is this idea about? Because it hits its own pawn, the bishop is not very open, and then black plays f6 to open up the bishop. So that's a bit mysterious continuation for me with black to play f6.
I think it's all about the space advantage here, Keti, because white wants to continue with moves like bishop d3, knight e2, sometimes even play c4 and establish a very, very serious pressure. And again, we're coming back at this topic I call myself the pawn play. If black doesn't play f6 right now, the question is what is he gonna do at some point later, because you're looking for some pawn breaks. a5 doesn't appear to be a very serious move, and if you don't play f6, I think black is seriously risking to get a very static position. Of course, f6 is coming with some risks, but black immediately is generating some counterplay at the king side. Look at this here, Keti. Here, Yelizaveta immediately forced black to play knight takes on e5 because b4, b5 achieves exactly that. Knight e5, knight e5, f takes on e5, and instead of grabbing the pawn on e5, here white continued queen h5 check, forcing the king to go f8. White's forcing because after g6, queen takes on e5, you cannot protect the rook in h8. But the things are only starting to get amazing here, Keti, because after bishop takes on e5, knight f6. Now the big question is, did not white miss bishop takes on f2? Because after queen g5 check, bishop takes on f2 looks like a very serious option. And I think we are already seeing this move on the board. Could we perhaps zoom in to the board, because I see there's something dark on f2. I think that is black's ducks with bishop. So here black has accepted the challenge. Bishop takes on f2 is on the board, and now I think we can get quite some information from Yelizaveta. Is this the prep? She plays king d1. Sensational stuff. This means here Hrebenchikova, the top seeded player in the girls under 18 section, is still within the prep. Is this really the case, or she just hit her blunder?
Maybe she just bluffed, that's how we call it in chess. And also she had the time to think as well, so she was prepared for bishop f2. She will not take this bishop, obviously. She has two other moves, king e2 or king d1. And of course, it's always good to play very fast and tell your opponent that you are in my my homeworks and I know this position, I'll just play this king to d1, and I have very good position. This is if she's bluffing, but there can be another scenario that this king d1 here opens up the road for the bishop. Bishop will play on d3, rook will come on f1, and good luck to survive on f-file.
I definitely can appreciate Yelizaveta's choice here, and I see definitely what she wants to do. And you know, Keti, the first game which jumps to my mind when I'm seeing this king d1 is one of the most famous games of the 1960 World Championship match, Mikhail Tal against Mikhail Botvinnik, game 1, where the magician from Riga in the French defense position, again he played this very odd looking king d1, and what it makes it really amazing, Keti, that even back then, I was reading the notations of the match, 1960, let that sink in. The commentators were saying this is a modern move. You can't surprise anybody with this move already. I mean, imagine this, 1960. So this is already quite a no maneuver. So White says, I don't need my castling here. All I care is about the king's activity. So here Yelizaveta is playing true in the spirit of Magician of Riga, Mikhail Tal. And I mean, this idea of rook f1 looks so good.
I like this very fast move of king to d1. So also to put a little bit pressure on your opponent with that you know this is very well, and you know that here is a king d1. It's something that all the chess players are looking for. Like when your opponent plays very fast, of course you think that you are in his or her preparation.
I think this is also sort of not good news for Camille, right? Because Camille played bishop takes on f2. I think she's strong enough to suspect that the opponent might be prepared that this might be still the opening prep. But I mean, still, deep inside you wish that your opponent is going to come back, you know, be unhappy that she blundered. And then king d1 happens like in literal 2 seconds after White arrived on the board. It's just not something you want to see. And I think it also sends you some signals. My opponent is definitely in the prep here. Maybe the choice that I just made here was not the best one, because the players very often they're double guessing the choices they're making. They're very critical of their continuations. So here, perhaps Camille is going to realize, could it be that taking the pawn f2 was not the best choice? Perhaps.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. I just do very small research right now, and it turned out that we don't have this very position already played. So this might be something very new, some like computer analysis here. If we go just some moves back, when there was a queen h5 check and king went to f8 on move 11, here instead of bishop e5, the games have been played here with queen to e5. This queen is capturing the pawn, and the pawn on g7 is under attack. So the move bishop e5 is something new, and then the game continues after that. And let's take a help of the engine here at this point to see what happened. How accurate is this move? After bishop to e5, we had all this continuation, and after bishop to f2, according to the engine, this is very good position for black. Because engine calculates all the moves here. And after king to d1, the most accurate move here is king to g8 to run away from a file.
Wow, that's a move I would have never guessed. My first instinct, Keti, here is protect the f6 square. For example, bishop c5. White continues with the same idea, bishop d3. I want to bring the bishop on e7 to guard the most weak spot in my position. Most likely White continues rook f1, and now, only now, I would consider something like king g8, bishop d7, bishop e8, and something. But I mean, you gotta appreciate White's attacking chances here. So I'm not entirely sure what Stockfish or the other modern chess engines are saying here, but it's pretty obvious to me that White's idea is quite sound.
It's two crazy lines. Maybe we can just have a fun to introduce these lines to our viewers. The way you're suggesting here is quite solid to play, and black has here actually equal position, and it's not that black is having any difficulties. Just because of this bishop on e7 holds the king side together. But the crazy lines, let's just have some fun here. We always like that.
Right.
So instead of bishop to c5, the move that black can play for the advantage is king to g8. And after bishop d3, now black plays h6.
All right, this makes sense. All right.
Queen goes on f4, attacks the bishop. Bishop goes nowhere because now the craziness starts. Knight to d7.
Okay, nobody's going to play like
No.
that. I mean, nobody plays like that. All right, knight e7, leaving the knight and the bishop on f2 hanging. There's bishop g7 stuff you have to calculate.
So if you take the bishop, I take your bishop. So here the best move for white is bishop g7, obviously. To first take the pawn and then to take the bishop, and king takes bishop, queen takes the bishop. And in this position, the engine says, what's a big deal here? Just play rook to f8, attack the queen, and when queen goes to g3 check, for instance, you play queen to g5, and you have a very good position. Thank you very much. So
okay,
weird.
I mean, if you say it like that, now that I look at this position, I definitely agree with your assessment. But I mean, from a human's perspective, if you go back several moves here and to spot from afar that you have to start at king g8 to be able to play h6, that the bishop on f2 takes away the g3 square, and after queen f4, that now you have to find this knight e7. This is super GM stuff, really. Maybe here Camille is going to have a very deep imagination. She's going to pick this up, but I could easily also miss this myself, being a grandmaster. So, I mean, all due respect to the chess engines here.
Yeah, another thing is that this move itself, h6, is also something very dubious, that the d3 bishop is attacking all these light squares, and would you really dare to weaken the light squares on the king side even more? If you don't know this line, if you don't analyze this with the engine. After seeing this, now we know that it's very safe for black, then you play for sure. But at the chessboard, no.
I mean, it's a very fascinating line indeed. So I'm not sure. I think that here what Grebenshikova did, she sacrificed this pawn actually. This was not a blunder. I don't believe this because she is a top-seeded player. I think she sort of at an intuitive level, this already clearly is not a prep because she's down to 15 minutes. She saw this idea, bishop f2. She was already getting ready to respond with king d1. She's making a wild guess. It promises a good game. And challenge accepted. Camila Blanque says, let's bring it on. So she took the pawn, and this is going to be absolutely one of the most interesting games of the girls under 18 section to follow. But Keti, we have to move on. We have to also have a look at the board number 2, where Rochelle Wu is playing from United States against
Wan Qian, who is from China. She's 1945 a rated player, and here we have a very interesting position where white managed to have a very strong center, d4, e4, and they have the best supporters on the side, c3 and f3 pawns. I would always dream to have those pawns which are supporting each other, and then potentially to have e5, f4, f5, and this kind of king side attack.
What is this pawn structure?
The name of the pawn structure?
Yes. I mean, I was educated, just like you educated me. What is the baby fork? Yeah, I'm about to educate you. What is this? Because I mean, Ellen Nielsen once told me this, and ever since I can't forget. We're doing together a commentary for one of, I believe, the Grand Prix. Yeah, one of the Grand Prix, and she told me, Keti, that this is the bathtub pawn structure. So we came up with some amazing concept. This is the bathtub. There was the super bathtub like this. I mean, it's quite funny, right? But
it's cute actually. It's
nice,
cute. Yeah. It's cute.
I'm not sure where she got it from. But yeah, I mean,
I assume from streams. I'm assume from the streams.
Maybe.
Chad is always very creative, but yeah, I agree with this.
All right. On a serious note, white seems to have the better chances here because she has the center, he has the 2 bishops, And one thing about this bishop on b2, I assume, Keti, this is some sort of a nimzo position where white willingly positions the bishop b2, and I call these pieces temporarily bad pieces. It does not make it permanently bad piece because the bishop on b2 doesn't do much, but give it a couple of tempi and it might easily become the strongest piece on the board. For example, after a4, bishop a3, here black has no control, no proper control of the dark squares, and I think that Rochelle, he's doing really well.
That's very nice, and also Arturs, the bishop from a3 will hit f8 square, and if the black's king is on a big runaway, you cannot do that. Very simple. And why we said that we might see here kingside attack from white might start at any moment.
Yeah, let's check very quickly. I think this was some topical line in Nimzo. a3. Okay, look at that. Not very mainstream theory, but again, things are changing rapidly. By the way, USA is one of the biggest delegations here in Montesilvano, Italy, because they have brought together 27 players, making USA the 4th most represented country. Obviously, number 1 is Italy, the local players with 45, and then we have on the second place, quite surprisingly actually, Kazakhstan with 31, and third place is India with 29. So USA is 4th.
Yeah, that is the statistics of this event, the participants from the country. And here we have very nice opening, actually. I like this with white because somehow you are controlling the center. You are now aiming all your pieces towards e4 square, and the moment you control the center, you have actually better space. So here we have the close of the center with the c4. Black just decided to play knight to d7, and the question is how black will react with e5 move if I want to start the king side attack right away. After e5, will black challenge with this f6?
I mean, it feels like a strategic disaster, to be honest, for black. White has done her homework really well, and yeah, e5 looks good. Maybe white can prepare things with queen d2. But by the way, you need to watch out. You need to be tactically alert. Because if you play something like queen d2, one thing you should never underestimate is your opponent's counter chances. One of the things which pops to my mind immediately, Keti, is something like d takes, f takes, and knight c5 might be a rude awakening here for white, because you can't take the knight on c5, the queen on d2 is under attack, and suddenly black gets access to a lot of juicy squares in white's position.
Yes, because that's broken bathtub pawn structure, and the pawn on e4 is hanging. You have to keep it in one piece, obviously.
I feel I'm very responsible for mentioning this. The bathtub structure. All right. So here Rochelle is doing really well. Let's move on to the
next board. What is the next? What we have here is girls
16.
Under 16.
Girls under 16, top board.
Alua Nurmanova against Alessia Vlasova here. Another position with the queen on g5.
Another king on e1.
Another king to d1, some copycat situation here. Today's a theme. Can we take a look what was the opening? We have not checked this game from the beginning. Ooh, it's actually it is the very same line. No, it's different.
No, it's the same, no? Wait.
Yeah. Look at this. They just switched a little bit the move order.
You know, it's quite funny, Keti, because I'm not sure that this is the case, but I definitely can relate to playing very similar openings that are happening on the neighbor boards, because the top boards of every age group, they're playing on the stage. And once this happened to me, so I was playing in, I believe it was the Swedish league, a team went, and I'm playing against one of the top Norwegian grandmasters, Ari Antari, very strong grandmaster, obviously, 2650, etc. I'm myself about 26 level. So I was playing with white, and Arian plays the Karakan, which also is the topic here. I'm thinking, okay, what should I choose? And while I'm thinking, I have a glance on the left, And I noticed that my teammate, Jon Ludwig Hammer, is playing this very weird second move, knight f3. I think I should just show it on the board. Yeah. So he's playing this very weird system, knight f3, d5, and d3. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what is this? Okay, this is really interesting. I have never seen this before. I want to try this. So I played over the board. So completely irresponsible. I win the game actually, but not because of the opening phase.
know.
But I mean, long story short, sometimes these things happen. I mean, you see something really interesting happening on the other boards. You want to try it out, especially if it's part of your repertoire. Not my case, but by the way, we saw one of the games already finished.
The game has been finished. Let's take a look back at the camera so we can check it out. What was that game?
Yeah, I don't have any information.
It is actually the decisive result. We can see king on e4.
Oh, White has already won the game. This is apparently the open section. I do not see which board it is. It is on this.
Can we please zoom on the board so we can read it out?
Right. That's quite surprising because this is quite an early finish.
It is board 1.
Board 1.
Under 18.
Oh! Volodar Morozin has already won his game. All right, look at that. That is impressive. Let's go through this very quickly. We left it here, right?
Yes. d5 in fact happened. Then knight jumped on e5. That's what we thought also was correct. Bishop b5 pinning the knight. a6. Knight g5 attacking on f7, sacrificing the bishop. A takes b5.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Knight x on f7, knight x on h8. It seems that here Johann Sebastian Melian simply fell into an opening trap. He he blundered, exchanged an opponent, and then he tried to get some game, but here Morozin was merciless. He grabbed another pawn on h7, knight x on h7 is queen h5 check, very nice tactic by the top-seeded player in the open section. Knight f8, rook f8, knight g6, and that's it. Morozin was just having an extra exchange, extra 2 pawns, and at move 15, Juan Sebastian had it seen enough, he just resigned.
I can't believe that we missed all of this.
I mean, it's something you don't really expect. Once again, if you go back, I have an excuse, of course. We didn't really expect this. We mentioned this very briefly, that d5 runs into knight e5, bishop b5, there's knight g5, and apparently I think that Juan simply miscalculated things. So quite an easy ride here for the top-seeded player, Volodar Morozin, who had one of the longest games yesterday, finding out against...
Good balance. Now it's the shortest day for him.
Now it's the shortest day for him. Good start for the top-seeded
Wow,
player.
everyone who plays London, remember how to win the game in just few moves. This is the way to go.
This is the way. All right, let's go back to the open... I'm sorry, I think it was the girls section. We were about to switch to the girls under 16, I think. Let me try to remember how far we got this position. Yeah, girls under 16, where Alua Nurmanova, top-seeded player, is playing against Alessia Vlasova. How did the king get on d1?
That's a very good question. Another game with
Another
a very
Keratin?
similar position opening, and we have queen to g4 attacking the pawn on d7, knight e7 ignoring this threat, and we have a5.
All right, a5, b5. So this idea to sacrifice the pawn on g7 is a very common theme. I mean, again, the same topic I already brought up once today, Keti. The World Championship match of Michal Tal against Michal Botvinnik, 90-60. Already then the idea was well known, queen g7, rook g8, queen h7, and, you know, then try to organize something at...
Bishop d4, bishop e5?
Oh. There's something other, more direct. I didn't know this. Yeah, I was looking for some other moves, but apparently, yeah, you're right, Keti. Yeah, bishop d4.
And the pawn on e5 is hanging. And actually, you are very happy to give up 2 pawns for 1 central pawn, but your pieces are very active.
Indeed, and this was the reason why I decided not to do this. After a5, look at this. Now white could have grabbed this pawn on g7 because black no longer had the option to include bishop d4. She missed this opportunity, played b5, taking away the c6 square for the black knight on b8. h5, black really
Inviting to
says,
take the pawn on g7.
come and get me. And white says, no, I'm not going to get you. She instead played queen f4. Knight g6, queen g3. So many tempi by the queen.
And this is not the end. More moves by the queen.
And more moves. Oh.
Oof.
I mean, if you have to play king d1 just like that, something is terribly wrong with your position. So I'm not sure where things went wrong for Nurmanova.
Can we check what happens after bishop to d3 and to guard the pawn with that?
Apparently she miscalculated something.
Knight e5.
Knight takes, queen takes on g7. Oh wait, knight e3 and queen c1. You can't do this.
Ooh.
You can't do this. C takes on d1, drops the bishop on c1. I think this was some sort of miscalculation by the top seeded player here, and I think that she's in trouble. She's in trouble here because if she has to play in this position, Keti, if king d1 is the best move to protect the pawn on c2, something is wrong with your position. And her idea was, I guess, that after knight takes on e5, now she's going to take on g7, hit the rook at h8. The knight at e5 is also under attack, and knight takes on f3 is not done with a check. But there is one major issue. This is not checkers. I mean, black doesn't have to take on e5,
That's a good
and instead
point.
she can play knight e7, hit the pawn with another piece.
Again, and now 3 of black's pieces are attacking the e5 pawn. Only one piece can guard this pawn, and in fact, black might just take this pawn right after she guards g7 as well.
Another move with the queen. This is the game that the top seeded player will want to forget. How many moves was it? Just a sec, let me try to count it total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 moves out of 15 with a queen. Yeah, this is clearly not the way she wanted this game to continue. Black played d4, tried to close the bishop on b2. Knight takes on d4 was played. Knight e5, bishop e2. Here the white king on d1 is feeling oh so naked. And think about moves like bishop d7, rook d8, Keti. Here, Olesya Vlasova is looking really great to produce a major upset in round 2 of the girls under 16.
Under 16, and to compare these two kings, king on d1 for white and king to on f8 for black, this king on f8 has also lost the right to castle, but it seems safer around all the black pieces. There are not too many white pieces that are attacking this king, while the king of white is on the open file, and there is a direct threat to this king, and it's going to be very difficult to find the spot where the king will go and will be safe.
That's right. Let's continue observe, move on to the girls under 14 category, where we have the top I think it's, oh no, my apologies, I think it's the board number 2 of the girls under 16 section. I mixed up something. Who are the players?
So with white pieces, we have Mongolian player and Enhiri Amgalan against Chinese player Chu Kiao Wang. And as you can see, we already have the end game where white has the pair of bishop, but a little bit weird pawn structure, and black has very nice pawn structure. This to me seems to be just a fine position for black, very close to equal.
Yeah, it depends, I guess, on the next 2 moves. Knight b5, I guess black is threatening to play b6, trap the bishop on c5. So the big question is what happens after. Can I play rook a5? Rook a5, and now what do you do after b6? Is this a move? You just take on b6, what I'm talking about, of course. Yeah, you just take on b6, a takes on b6. This is impossible. The rook on a8 is hanging, which is supported by another rook on a1. So yeah, I think Keti rook a5 is about to follow. Also, on top of these things, white already is thinking about rook takes on b5, c takes on b5, and hit the pawn on b7 with a bishop. And these two bishops together, they would form a formidable force. So it's probably expected that black is going to respond with a6, and then white should somehow try to take the center with moves like, I guess, e4, d5. Well, we are going to see.
Wait, Arturs, how about instead of a6 here, because it really weakens the pawn structure, how about to play king to c7, and I just saw the pawn on e7 is hanging.
Yeah, but maybe your pawn also on d4 is under attack. It's not very easy. Yeah, to
the
evaluate this
point
position.
was that after king to c7, you want to play b6 and to fork the bishop and the rook. And if white takes the pawn on a7, then you play anyway b6, and somehow white's pieces are locking up the white bishop on a7.
That's right, but I think there's a tactical problem with all of this. So white can just play d5.
Oof.
Yeah, it looks like a very nasty surprise for black. The point is, if black takes on d5 once or twice, the knight on b5 is hanging, white opens up the position, the pawn on e7 is under attack, so probably not. The players are deep in their thoughts. Let's continue to observe, move on to the girls under 14 category, where the top-seeded player, Anna Shukman, is playing against Sarah Sima-Derlich. Anna Shukman is representing FIDE, and Sarah Sima is from Denmark.
That's right. So here we do have the rating favorites with white pieces. But we need to dive a little bit deep into this position, as the position is not very standard.
I think it's some Karakan again. Just a second. What's with the Karakans today?
Yeah.
Again, Karakan. I mean, is this some sort of a conspiracy? I think we're seeing this line already how many times today? On the top boards of the girls? It's a very popular line.
Yeah, back in those days, people were creating tournaments to play the same opening in every round. And it seems like today we have a Karakan defense day on the stage.
All right. Bishop b5, knight c6. White probably is having the better position here because two bishops, semi-open position. g6, I like this move here by the Danish player. Position the bishop on g7, try to cause some problems with the pawn on c3, potentially also the pawn on b4. Could be a bit slow. Queen f6. Wow, Keti, look at this, look at this, look at this. Knight c4, how do you like that? Beautiful.
Wow, that is amazing, actually, knight c4. The idea is that if you take this, I'll take with the bishop, give a check, and then queen gets into the business, and the rook on a8 is hanging, and probably the checkmate is on the way as well.
I mean, it's a very beautiful submission sook here because black simply takes on f3. Now white gives the check on d6, king e7, g takes on f3, white sacrifices the pawn on c3, rook b1, knight d4. All right. Another attack on the bishop on b5, the pawn on f3. Here, the top-seeded player played bishop f1, gave up another pawn, and now the question is, Keti, is this not too much? Knight h4 was responded here from black's perspective, I guess, because of the rook d3 threat. The two minor pieces will be under attack, seems to be necessary. And now the big question, Keti, is how do we evaluate this position?
Oh, that's a very difficult, actually, but I would just choose here white side because I like the pawn on c5. That's the pass pawn. It controls also d6 square for the knight, and there are some possibilities for white pieces to be more and more active and to start to push the pawns on the queen side. Which side would you prefer?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what would engine think here, because we are trying to do the analysis without engines, and that's why sometimes we're also prone to make some mistakes. I mean, I think that probably white is better. I mean, I'm making a very wild guess here because it's quite difficult to properly assess it. Why I'm saying that white is better? Because white has a 2-pawn majority at the queen side, and these pawns are backed by 2 bishops. At the same time, black has a 3-pawn majority in the center and at the king side, but they're pretty static, right? And I think that probably engine is going to say here that white is better. Let me check it if I'm right. White is winning. Okay. I mean, okay, I wouldn't have guessed that, but it definitely feels that white is having the upper hand here. Maybe it doesn't mean much yet because Keti, the position is still also wild.
The position is still going on, and obviously black can find here some nice way to develop the king side, which is very much needed to do here in this position. But very often the time situation tells us the evaluation. So here the fact that white has 1 hour against 28 minutes, that means that white is very comfortable in this position, and black has spent so much time because black is in a deep problem.
Can we go through again this amazing sequence? It just shows this is precisely the reason why Anna here is the top-seeded player here, because let's go back to this throwback, this moment. So black played queen f6, offered to trade the queens and hit the pawn on c3, so you would think that white probably wants to protect the pawn on c3 somehow. So the first move you're thinking, you know, bishop b2 or maybe queen f6, bishop b2, then slowly try to open up the position. But here Shukman played knight c4, which is a part of a larger sequence because there's the intermezzo check on d6, g takes on f3, and now for black to justify allowing this invader land on d6, it's to accept the challenge, play bishop takes on c3, rook b1, and I'm pretty sure, Keti, that here Anna saw already knight e4, and it was a part of a larger plan, sacrificing the pawn on f3, king h1. Now because of the rook d3, white is able to play knight takes on b7, and then most importantly, give the proper assessment that she's doing great. That's very impressive play here.
It is indeed very impressive. Let's now take a look at the second board of this category, and here we have Rihanna Mueller against Zarina Nurgalfayeva. So the situation seems quite equal in here. Both sides have developed the pieces. They try both to control the center, and especially black has followed the concept of all kind of development, including queen and the rooks. It seems like black is just finalized it, but the final move of white is d4 to attack the center. How black should respond with
Who's
that?
the yellow favorite of this matchup?
The yellow favorite in this matchup is...
It's girls under 14. Yeah. I'm not sure where's the list. Let me find it, Keti.
The girl...
there you go. Yeah, there you go. Find it. Kazakhstan player Nurgaliyeva. Yeah, she is the favorite, and after d4, now black faces a choice. Actually, this move d4, Keti, it is a very common move in the Italian game, and if we go back a couple of moves, let's say about here. Yeah, now it rings a bell. It looks like a quiet Italian game. d5, white decide to take on d5, bishop e3, knight g3, and at some point you simply have to play d4. You have to play d4 to open the bishop on c2, but of course the million-dollar question, dear viewers, is what happens with the pawn on d4. And the first thing I will be real interested, if I'm black, to find out what happens after bishop takes on f3, queen takes on f3, and can I snatch this pawn on d4 for free? Because I immediately see that white wants to play bishop takes on h6, and the knight on f6 presumably is hanging.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. Maybe we can just follow a little bit after that. Pawn takes the bishop, queen takes the knight, and bishop to g7, if that's something that black can rely on to weaken the king side, but additionally to take another pawn on c3.
Yeah, looks quite risky, no? I'm not sure. I think that here, I mean, I'm not entirely sure if this entire sequence is actually necessary, if black has to take an f3, but if I was playing black, that would be catching my top attention right now, because it seems it forces matters, and after e takes on d4, bishop takes on h6, there's also some other moves to investigate. How about knight e5? I'm hitting the queen on f3, and it might be difficult for white to come up with a proper square because the bishop on h6 is still hanging. Maybe there are some crazier ideas with rook takes on e5 and try to conduct a successful attack at the king side, because I mean there's quite a bit pieces here for white at the king side. This is precisely the reason why the Harshida players Zarina here from Kazakhstan, she's not yet making the move and she's trying to calculate the consequences of this choice, because she might also have some other moves like e4 or like some other quieter move. What about something like queen g4? There's so many moves to consider.
Indeed, a lot of moves to consider here in this position, and I think we are just seeing that the move has been played, so maybe we can zoom a little bit to the board and we can figure it out better.
Yeah, from this angle we can't really make it out. If we could zoom in, we could see what's happening over the board, because sometimes there is a delay on the incoming moves. The bishop does not... she took an f3. Yeah, challenge accepted. It's officially challenge accepted, and there you go. She takes the pawn on the e4, and Nurgaliev is all about business, and she says, I don't believe you. So do your worst now. After e takes on the e4, now it's Rihanna who has to prove here what she has prepared as the continuation, because Keti c takes on the e4 doesn't feel right. It allows black to play knight takes on the e4, hit the queen, hit the bishop on c2. So I think it's gotta be this bishop takes on h6, and then I'm not sure, is it knight e5? Also, there could be some intermezzo move as d3 here.
It can be, but how about to pin the pawn on d4 and play, instead of bishop h6, to play rook to d1 in that position?
Makes perfect sense. I didn't even notice this. All right. Again, I think that black has a number of moves here. One of the moves which for some reason jumps in my attention is queen g4. Maybe it's not necessary. I wanted to provoke white to do some queen trade. For example, unless you want to double the pawn structure, knight takes on g4. Now I'm trying to hit the bishop on e3. So I'm not sure. Do you play c takes on d4, or what do you play here? And there might be issues with some moves like bishop b4.
That's right.
I like black.
Yeah, white seems to be a little bit pinned also on e file too, and maybe black has a slightly better chances here in this very position, but this is one of the moves that white can also play. White has another options to take on h6 as we were showing, or to play on rook to d1. There's also bishop to f5 move as well, some intermediate move, and there will be more and more lines after queen to d5. But this is all the job that white has to done here with 26 minutes on the board.
Of course, the time makes a major part of the chess strategy in a chess game, and it appears that here Nurgaliev is simply a little bit better by spending the time. White already is feeling the heat, and she might already have to make this fateful choice to take on h6. Whatever is going to happen, it's going to be fun. Now, do we continue to observe some other games?
We are actually keeping this game under our attention, and we're gonna take our second break. And guys, don't go anywhere, because obviously this game is heating up, and you don't want to miss the actions not on this board but also the other boards too. So we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. back, everyone. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship in Montesilvano, Italy. In the studio, we are Keti and Arturs, and the playing venue, which has 382 chess boards, is still full of the chess players, but we do have some of the top boards already ended. Arturs, which is the other result that we have on the top board.
Yeah, it's quite surprising because judging from the pace how the games are proceeding in the first round, Keti, you would have expected that the favorites are going to take it longer, but we are seeing quite the opposite today. And the second board, Alexei Grebnev, representing FIDE, managed to trick his opponent from Poland, Jakub Chizy, or Chizy, how do you say it's pronounced more properly? So here after a3, we left, I think we are going to get the board in a moment. I wanted to show this game that we left it about here, where black had to choose to play d5, c takes on d5, knight f3, knight c6, c4. There's a number of continuations at black's disposal. I'm more a fan of retreating the knight on b6. I guess knight e7 is still fine. So just fast forwarding, what happened here? Black provoked white to play b5, knight e4, takes, and here Alexei played a4, followed by bishop g4, and he was thinking about establish a pawn majority at the king side and some attacking perspectives. Black responded with a rather harsh continuation of 5, e takes on f5, bishop f5, and bishop a3 was a very unpleasant reminder for black that the knight on e7 is pinned and there's no easy way to deal with this. Here, Jakub played queen d7, and now another move, bishop f3. Black was under a pressure how to properly defend the pawn on b7, and here, Keti, things started to go really wrong for the Polish player, because for some reason, I don't really understand this move. Here, black decided to play king h8, which is a very, very strange move. I guess it was a part of the miscalculation. The point is, bishop takes on d3, Keti, runs into queen b3 check, hits the king on g8, also the bishop on d3 is lost, and I think that he played king h8 with the idea that the pawn on d3 will be under attack. But check this out, bishop takes on b7 was played by Grebnev, and after bishop takes on d3, white took the rook on a8, bishop takes on f1, and this is where Chizy thought that he's doing great. White simply responded bishop c6, and that's the end of the game. White is down. Oh. White is up a piece.
Oh no, there was a unfortunate blunder here, because if you take this bishop with a knight, pawn takes it back, attacks the queen, and two pieces of white black are hanging. So that could be the biggest issue here for black, and black just decided to resign.
All right.
This was in the under 18, right? Can I see the...
this was, this was under 18.
This one?
What you would like to check?
All right. So here we have actually a very interesting Polish player for the master here. He's almost 2300. So the players already in the second round with high rating are facing each other, and we already have two decisive results that we might expect to happen in this open category.
Indeed. Now I have a suggestion, Keti, what we could do next, because this is something where I think, dear viewers, you can also step in and directly participate in making this broadcast as interesting as possible. You can suggest the games we might follow, because ultimately there are 6 age groups in total, and on average I think there's 30 plus live transmissions per every category. That's 100 plus, 150 plus games to follow. So we have a hard time to choose. Obviously we are following the top boards because these are ELO favorites. And now I would like to follow up some of the games which were mentioned in the chat. And the very first request I see is girls under 16, board number 15, and this is the game. Let me see if I'll be able to pull up. Give me a moment. Where is it? Could be tricky. So those are the players. Melani Luisa Jansson from Latvia. All right, playing against Daria Bodnar from Ukraine. Let me see if I'll be able to find it. And there she is. There's the game. So Melani Luisa, she's one of the Latvian players. Also, I'm myself from Latvia, so a bit rooting for our players. What is happening here? It seems to be quite peaceful. If we go through the opening phase without delving too much into details, this was the Scotch opening. Knight takes on d4, bishop c5, bishop e3, queen f6. Yep, this is top-notch theory. Knight takes on c6. I'm sure, Keti, you know this. Is the intermezzo move, bishop takes on e3.
Yeah.
You can't really do this, so that's why c3, knight e7, bishop c4, knight e5, bishop e2. Very old theory. d6, white sacrifices the pawn on e4, and I think that it's not really advised for black to take on e4, not at least immediately. f3, king h1, bishop b6, knight a3. All of this looks perfectly normal. Black carries out the typical breakthrough plan with a5, takes it, knight f5, bishop f5, and this is essentially how we got to this position. Now, what do we make of this position? Maybe white is tiny better. I'm not entirely sure if white is able to play something like f4. Push away the knight from e5, position the bishop on d3, try to remain black. There might be some consequences on h7, but it just looks quite peaceful at the moment.
Yeah, nothing much we can predict here in this position more than time pressure very soon on the board, as both players are very close to half an hour mark on the clock, and they have only played 20 moves, another 20 moves to go before the first increment on the clock, and seems like it is yet peaceful position.
Another request from the chat was to have a look at the game open section under 18 board number 34, where Bernardo Cesar Maestre from Spain is playing Katari Arun from India. I'm not sure we are going to have this board because it could be one of the last ones. Oh, sorry. Could be one of the last ones which are transmitted. But it is, yeah, it's actually the very last one. The very last board. Okay, very nice choice. Either you knew this or you're very lucky. So the fans of Bernardo and Kataria, let's see what's happening here. Bernardo is the ELO favorite. He is rated 2373, a pretty nice rating, under 18. Kataria from India is slightly lower rated, maybe doesn't mean much. Visually, white is doing really well, I guess, because of the king's safety on b8 for black.
Yeah, seems like both kings are on the queen side and white's pawn. Okay, maybe let's get in that position.
All right. The Chekhover was this, yeah? d4, queen d4, queen e3, not a super popular system, but it has its venom. Yeah, one of the games, Keti, which jumps to my mind is the very famous Magnus Carlsen's win over Radoslav Wojtaszek. And I think he played, what did he play? He played bishop b5, took on c6, then he played knight c3, b3, and bishop b2. And beat Radek in a very nice game. It appears to be quite similar idea. White castles the long side. The pawns at the queen side sort of protect the white king properly, and then you're thinking about getting to the black king eventually with something like g4, g5. And I guess, Keti, this is precisely the reason why Kataria here decided not to run into the attack, and he castled himself at the long side. All right, h4, queen e2, bishop h3. Very inspired game. Oh, wow. a5.
That was a beautiful sacrifice.
All right, very interesting play here by Kataria from black. Knight b5 is not a blunder because black had anticipated this and he took the pawn on e4. But what about the king's safety? Knight d4. e4. I guess the pawn on g7 cannot be taken. I see there it's under attack, but there might be some X-ray problems. The queen on e4 is hit. So here Bernardo played knight e4, queen d4, e5. Now black closes this diagonal, and after queen e3, this is the actual position. I think it favors white because the king ultimately is feeling safer, and in the long run, I would evaluate white's chances to be much better.
Yeah, what I was talking here is that these 3 pawns there are in front of the white's king makes white's pieces more safe, and obviously black start the queenside attack itself, and black was the one who initiated this attack to white's king, but in the end, as a result, it is black's king, as you were mentioning, who is a little bit weaker. But now the question is how white is really going to use this advantage of the weakened king and proceed the game. What can be the plan?
I guess you want to open up the position because if you have a lead in development or your opponent's king is feeling quite vulnerable, you want to open files, you want to open diagonals. And the most logical continuation in this regard, Keti, would be playing f4, which creates quite a serious pressure against the pawn on e5. And should this pawn on e5 move forward, I'm not sure, e4 or e takes on f4, white might remind black that there are consequences with a weak pawn on g7. So f4, rook e1 looks really serious. Maybe a well-timed c4, c5 makes a lot of sense to kick away the security that the pawn on e5 is being provided by the pawn on d6. And then in an open position, I would still say white is having the better chances.
Yeah, actually, seems like, according what you were just illustrating here, black is not only have this weakness on the king, but also maybe the main factor is the activity of the pieces and the center or the king side pawns as well. So white is definitely having slightly pleasant position here, but shall we look here for some kind of counterplay from black side to what else black can do? How about to think of something somewhere to play d5, d4 to push the central pawns? Of course, the pawn on e5 is hanging. Maybe that's the idea to play here.
f6 could be definitely a thing, I agree. You know, secure the pawn on e5, otherwise d5 is never happening. Then again, I mean, you need to watch out for g takes on f6, and if you continue g takes on f6, the pawn on e5 is protected, but there are some other issues. It might be rook g7, white is reminding black the bishop on e7 doesn't have proper support. And even if you push d5, is it really so great? You're right, Keti, it definitely makes sense to check this from the black's perspective. Also, the other idea I was looking at was something like a4, b4, try to get a bishop on d5, queen on c4. But I think you're already seeing that there is obviously no mate, because even if I get the check on a2, white simply responds on c1. By the way, I'm looking at the live feed from the playing venue, and I would like to use this opportunity to give a big shout out for our producing team, European Chess TV, and they're doing this amazing job in the background, because once we are talking about the players, for example, these random players we are selecting from the chat, they're trying to find them. They're trying to find them in the playing venue, and I'm not entirely sure they can manage to do it, but sometimes they manage to catch. You know, it's quite tricky to understand where these players are sitting there. So in case we manage to get them in the frame, thank European Chess TV for that.
Yeah, that's indeed a great job and very nice for us to see actual players, not only chessboard, and to see their emotions while they're playing. So I guess we are now randomly checking another board too. Let's take a look what we have.
Yeah, there was a request to check the open section under 18 board number 40. That will be the game of Kuhan Vrashang from India playing against Simone Pozzari. By the way, Simone yesterday was playing top board against Volodar Murzin, this heroic fight for a draw. Unfortunately, we can't honor your request because this game is not alive. The final live board we have here is board number 34. The game in question, Bernardo, Cesar Mastre against Qatari Arun. We don't have any more board to show you. Also, another request we might be able to honor, that is the girls under 14, board number 2. And I think we simply have to do this because this is one of the top boards under 14.
Have to do it.
And let's do this. Let's check it immediately.
Wow, I was actually thinking this is just the start of the tournament, and very soon when we will be in the middle of the tournament, we're going to have very clear leaders in most of the groups, and then the tension will increase even further, Arturs. And some of the players will even fight for the best to achieve what they want, and we know that how much these kids can do when they are not afraid. They are not afraid. They want to use this opportunity. Maybe for some of them this is one opportunity per year that they can show their best to achieve the title of the world champion in chess. And here we have the game on the board. Seems like we do have only one queen recently on the board, but this will be just captured. Shall we see what happened exactly after pawn takes pawn on d4, how they have found the moves?
Right, so this... All right, I'm pretty sure this didn't happen. It seems to be some sort of transmission error, because after e takes on d4, bishop f5, Keti, this move was played. And after queen d5, queen takes on d5, not queen e4, there was a minor glitch in the transmission. Queen takes on d5, white traded the queens, c takes on d4, black is up a pawn, bishop takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes on d4, white has no compensation for the pawn. Sorry for the fans of Rihanna Müller from Germany.
It was a brutal final words, and now I'm sorry for this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Things are not really looking great, but she's...
I'm sorry, but you have bad position.
I'm sorry you have a bad position, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not really sure. Was it the fans of Zarina or Rihanna writing? Anyway, this is the position.
But Arturs, if we lost all the time, we had bad position, we would not be sitting here, right?
Of course.
You always have the chances out the moment you press the button on the clock, so they will fight until the end. And I'm sure you have been in a situation when you have won the game that it also surprised you. Like in the end, like you think, how actually I won this game? So is there any way White can use the fact that they have the obstacle color bishop and maybe find a way to trade some pieces? What do you think about that?
I think the only chance here, realistic chance for Rihanna to not to lose this game, because things do not look really well, she might try to escape here with a draw. For example, if she would be able to trade the rooks, for example, what's the next move? Let's imagine something like bishop c2. Bishop c2, black activates rook on d2, hitting the bishop on c2. I play rook e2, rook e2, knight e2. Then white somehow manages to get the knights off the board. And then despite the fact that black has the extra pawn on the queen side, here we are seeing the obstacle bishops. And one thing I know about obstacle bishops, Keti, in endgames, they're very often drawish.
Yeah, that's true. And very often one pawn might not be enough. You need more pawns to win the game. So to summarize this, white has heavy position here, no pawn on the board. But if white finds the proper way to trade rook and the knight off the board, there can be a chance to hold on. Do we have another random game?
No, at least not at the time. Of course, we are going to check it later.
Arturs, I have a suggestion, because there was very interesting situation on the top board of under 16 girls. First board where the rating favored Alua Nurmanova on board 9 for us was struggling. Remember this position where the queen was traveling all around the board. Let's check it out. What is the current situation?
All right, let's first try to get some background information. What were the last moves? We left it here, here. And we were not really impressed by what has Alua here achieved so far, because she made a lot of moves with the queen. Black, with very nice moves, managed to take over the game. Still, it's a fight. f6, queen e3, h3, very ambitious move. And knight c4, black sacrificed the pawn. But why would you sacrifice the pawn on h3? This is what I do not understand. What is the reason? Why h3 is necessary? Why can't you play knight c4 immediately? Okay, it's a slight mystery.
These kind of moves are quite tempting to weaken the pawns. Not necessarily accurate, but very tempting, let's say.
Yeah, but it also opens up the g file. Now white might be using this g file to remind black that your king also could be requiring some assistance in the safety.
Yeah, I have been in a situation when the opponent has the pawn structure with g6 pawn, and you play h5 automatically, and you expect your opponent will not take this pawn, and then your opponent takes the pawn, and you are like, oh, why I did that? Why I really did that? Like, very often you don't consider the caption. You always consider that it will stay, or it will allow you to be pushed farther, and when your opponent captures, you're just like, oh man, I don't have a pawn now.
I'm not sure about this entire sequence. So now rook h4 is played here by Alessia, and she is hitting the knight on d4, but the question is she now really? Because now white could have access to something like rook g4. And what is this? Because this maneuver was not a possibility for white a couple of moves ago. I assume there could be some... Oh wait, there's just e5. Wait, just a second, I don't follow. Oh wait, I'm missing a lot of things actually. Wait a second, it's more sharper than I thought, because the knight on g6 is under attack.
But Arturs, how about rook h4 was our move, or it's on the board?
Yeah, rook h4 is on the board. It's just so sharp that I didn't even register the knight on g6 is under attack. Apparently here Alessia is complicating the game and willing to give up the knight on g6 for the knight on d4. But wait a second, if I accept
Arturs,
it...
How about queen h1 check here?
You mean right now?
Yes. This is another option. Maybe we can do it right away, or maybe we can do it. Oh no.
Oh no.
No, the bishop has to be gone. Sorry, bishop has to be gone from b2. Maybe first to take on d4.
Now, I was thinking actually that black is going to take on d4, Keti, but one thing I do not know with what. Because
how to take,
yeah, there's bishop d4, and there also might be rook takes on d4.
Yeah.
No matter what, I have a feeling that this sudden change of the position somehow favors white, because when we last had a look at this position, where was this? Once again, let's go here. It seems that white's position is just bad. The king is on d1, the king is naked. Black could just continue normal development, bishop d7, rook d8, rook c8, and try to get to the king. And somehow, maybe Alessia got a bit artistic with this h3, g takes, knight c4, knight e2, rook g1, rook h4. It looks nice, it looks creative, but it also gives a lot of chances for white. And I'm not sure what to make of this, and we might get our answers very, very soon. Is rook takes on g6, by the way? She already has made a move.
I don't see the white rook on d6. There is still knight on g6. But Arturs, it's something that catches my eyes is that Aloha had time issue, 30 minutes in the, and also quite weird position, and black had 1 hour, more than 1 hour, and seems like the last moves have been quite costly for black, and spend a lot of minutes off the clock, and now they are very, very close to
all right, can we perhaps zoom in and see what's happening there? I see there's some sort of a queen h5 move I didn't really expect. Did white just play c3? I mean, I don't have it. Can we zoom in? See closer, we have this amazing opportunity to cheat a bit. See, I still don't understand. All right, this is better.
C4, queen, it attacks the queen.
Oh, c4. All right. That is interesting. Not protecting the knight, but instead hitting the queen with the pawn. And now we could see on the live coverage, Alessia responded to queen h5. I'm not sure I like
Interesting.
this.
Arturs, if I play king c2, black
Precisely.
might just play e5 and pin the knight.
There's
The
knight.
queen jumped on h5 to guard g6 weakness.
I'm not sure I totally support all of this. Maybe it's still perfectly fine for black. Knight e6 check, bishop e6, queen b6.
Bishop gives a check on f5.
And I go far away.
Oh, the game has been ended on the other board, and we have a decisive result. This is
Which
where
board?
black won. This might be the last game.
There you go. So Zarina Nurgalieva
Under 14, is that?
under 14, yeah. Oh, sorry, let me get the final position.
The player from Kazakhstan, and she is a rating favorite.
Resignation? Okay, that is a really surprising twist of events here, because I would have thought that things are not so bad, but are they really? Why resign? Did she lose on time? Maybe because the last time update we have on the clock, maybe we can
What?
zoom in on the clock and see on the game finished.
Oh,
Could
wow.
it be lose on time?
Okay, let's zoom on.
Maybe arbiters already have reset. They have reset the clock. Could be. Could be. I'm not.
Oh, we don't see it.
Probably you're seeing it better than us. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's a flag!
Oh, she lost on time. Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow, wow.
what?
Discards.
That is a disaster for white to lose on time in the classical chess time control with 30 seconds of increment. That could be so heartbreaking for white.
I mean, obviously, her position already was very difficult, but yeah.
But Arturs, you do have these skills of investigating. It was a nice idea to check the clocks, actually.
Yeah, because this position doesn't really strike me as one where you should resign, because I thought that you can still play something like bishop c2, king f1, rook e2, and if I manage to persuade black to trade rooks, maybe it's not as terrible as it looks. Of course, I don't think that black would trade those rooks, but I mean, still, congratulations to Zarina Nurgalieva and her fans and family for the victory. For Yana, well.
Have you ever been flagged in this kind of situation when you have the game on? We don't judge that this is losing for white. It's a game on still, and you just flagged yourself in.
That's a very fair question. I'm trying to recall, not in the past 10 years, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in my youth, maybe there was a game where I have lost on time already having a losing position, but like a great position losing on time in a classical time control, no, I don't recall this, because somehow for me, not to lose on time and keep a healthy time management always has been a top priority. So I try to follow it very hard. But I do know some even very good high-level players who constantly have the issue with the clock. And one of them is a very good friend of mine, Igor Kovalenko, who reached 2700 elo. I mean, he's very strong 2650 level grandmaster himself. And he very often, I mean, okay, I'm exaggerating like how often, but he often loses on time, because sometimes when you are so deep in your thoughts, you're just thinking of unimaginable depths of the complexities of these lines, and you just forgot about something as tiny as the clock. It happens.
It happens. Well, I can't really recall any situation when I flagged myself, but I can remember that in bad position for me, my opponent flagged and just got herself into just to enjoy too much in the lines, and this is something that most of the players experience once in a lifetime. That happens, but it's quite hard, of course.
Which is the next game do we follow from this point?
I suggest to jump to all these games that we have already seen, and if there is anything like wow, we stay or we move.
So the top boards, yeah?
Yeah, top boards.
All right.
We just follow one by one, so we'll not miss any actions.
All right, let's do this. So let's jump to the open section under 16. The top seeded player Jan Klimkowski from Poland is playing against Erjan Zakšilikov from I believe it was
Uzbekistan is our
Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan?
I think so. Just a second, I'll try to
By the way, Arturs,
Yeah,
today
Kyrgyzstan.
I saw some of the participants, like 2 participants, I think, was arriving today, right before the tournament with the suitcases, and then I just heard that their flight was delayed.
Who? Which country?
There is one girl that I can recognize her. She will for sure come up on the top boards, and I can actually I can't recall her last name, but for sure I will tell, and you will see that she probably starts with minus.
Oh wow, that's unfortunate. Okay.
And there was a guy under 14, as I've heard.
I can only assume must be from other continent, right? Because in Europe, I imagine you should be able to reach in time. So from if you're traveling for another continent, like quite far away, Asia or Americas, could be tricky sometimes. Yeah, because the flight is only once a day, sometimes. All right. Yep. Unfortunately, these things happen. Last time we checked the game of Jan Klimkovsky against Erjan Zhakshilikov from Kyrgyzstan, we left it here. And the black indeed did play knight of 7. Jan must have heard what I was shouting from the rooftops, that queen a3 is the way to go. So he did play queen a3. I hope he didn't really hear me.
No, we tested it, Arturs.
Anyway, long castle, short castle,
so
c5.
just for the funny note here, the first day we arrived here some days before, and our broadcast room is just above on the playing
literally
venue.
on the
so
rooftop.
we can see the players, guys, from here. And I remember that we were testing like as loud as possible, and we had a person downstairs in the playing venue, and he's like, "No, I don't hear anything," and I was literally shouting here.
Sound test complete.
Yes.
All right, c5 makes perfect sense because white is trying to limit black's potential pawn pushes with the d pawn or the b pawn. Here, Erjan played knight c6, knight a4, b5. All right. So, of course, black doesn't want to allow white to put the knight on b6, bishop on d6, because this bishop on c8, basically, that will be its funeral. You cannot do that. Of course, black has to try to complicate the matters. b5, c takes on b5, e5, bishop e3, and d5. All right, look at this, Keti. Such a sharp game. Joy to follow. Bishop c5, rook e8, bishop c4. Very interesting.
Love it. I love how white has this king on open c file, but the pieces activity is so important in chess that somehow white is having a very nice position here.
Look at this, and black sacrificed an exchange. Rook takes on b7. He is like, all right, I mean, you can take on b7, you can have your exchange, but I'm going to have an attack against your king. And Klimkovsky did play bishop c5 first, attacking the queen, and he simply has no choice but to accept the challenge. And wow, I mean, how do you value this position? I'm pretty sure, Keti, here that engine is saying that white is somehow much better. What about the practical part? Only 20 minutes on the clock, 24 moves having been played, and a very sharp position.
Well, first of all, I like black's decision to give up the exchange for a pawn. This is a very practical decision. And also, white's king is open c-file. So if you take down one of these white's active pieces, you will have more chances. However, exchange is exchange, and that's obviously the big thing in chess. I just really wonder what will be the black's plan here, how black is going to continue to play perhaps d4 and then to bring more and more pieces into the game. I would like to get this knight out of f7 squared to get maybe knight somewhere on d6 preferably, and then to jump on b5, c4. Rook will go on the b5, b-file. It's a good compensation for black for sure.
Very dangerous ground for Jan Klimkovsky here, because if I would have to choose, I mean, every single day, night and long, I will choose the one who is attacking. And here for black, it's easier to play. Why? Because his plan is based on the queen side attack, while white has to figure out all of the details, where, how, and why should he organize his defense. I imagine, of course, here the Polish player is going to play something like King B1, he's going to play Rook C1, but I'm pretty sure he is not feeling really well here because this extra exchange maybe ultimately doesn't really mean much. This is a 3-result game here.
I agree with that it can be any result, and as the time is ticking on the clock, the game can actually get more tense and tense. We can see both players on the board. Very often, just to look at your opponent, how much your opponent is nervous gives you the impression what he feels, and also somehow gives you the evaluation of the game. But Arturs, for some players, for some people who are not just players, they see this and they think that it's so much stress. They are so nervous. They will be, I don't know, gray-haired people in few years because they have so many stress. But when you play chess, actually, you just enjoy the whole process. Even this moment when you are fully focused, and some people think that's the stress, you just don't feel that much when you are inside in the thoughts of the position. You are trying until the last moment, and you are not sitting down and you're like, oh my God, I'm so stressed, right? And sometimes people who don't know chess, who never played chess, they think that, no, this is such a dangerous sport for our kids to play.
You mean chess, a dangerous sport?
Yes.
I don't know. But
I don't want my child to have a stress.
I don't know, but speaking about enjoying the game, yeah, I guess I could say that if I like the position. But if I don't like what I'm seeing over the board, I'm not sure if I'm very comfortable, really. So, I mean...
Really?
Yeah. Are you enjoying bad positions?
Of course.
Really? Okay. No, I'm not.
You know, I enjoy very much. Okay, not lost position, of course, but as I mentioned, Arturs, if I lost every bad position that I had in my life, I would never play the tournaments. But still, you're fighting for your best in the bad position. For instance, in this position, we had white, who sacrificed the pawn at the beginning, whose pieces were active, and then somehow the tables turned, right? So this is a normal thing. The games are changing very often.
We still don't know that, right? Because maybe the engines at some point are evaluate the position slightly better for white and slightly better for black, but ultimately I think the player who is the easier to play tends to win the game, I think. And now the more and more I look at this position, I like black's position more and more. I see easy moves. I see once again the threat of after d4 played. I see queen c7. I see rook b8, and I see maybe idea how to bring this knight in the game. Perhaps knight g5, knight e4. At the same time, I don't quite understand what's going to be the setup that Klimkovsky here has to choose. We are definitely going to want to follow this game closely. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a thriller. Is this a potential upset alert? Maybe. Let's just not forget about this game and come back in something like 15-20 minutes.
Noted. Let's go to the next game and check it out if we have anything interesting. So we don't have that much of drama here if we don't count the pawns properly, but if we do count the pawns properly, probably there is extra pawn for black.
I mean, this was the opening where white sacrificed the pawn. Just to give you some heads up what happened here, we left it after this very interesting Sicilian Najdorf where white willingly gave up the pawn on d5, and Keti, you were suggesting, I mean, if you go for this position, you should have the queens or something like that.
Yeah.
And no, white trades the queens and tries to underline that you have some weaknesses here I could attend, and I believe we left it here. And you said, Keti, that black could play d5, and black did play d5, bishop d3, e4, wow, immediately hitting the bishop while the king is in the center. Very brave choice by the young Norwegian. Bishop e2 went back, knight e6, c3, okay, slightly modest move. Bishop g3, knight b7, very original approach by two players. Knight e6, f takes, d takes, h4, and this is the current position on the board. All right, now the most important question.
Ask me.
What is this? How do you evaluate this? Black is better. That's my first impression.
First, what I always take a look is the time. 11 minutes for white. Black has 26 minutes. That means that white had struggled before. So that says a lot to me. And then we have to maybe take a look at the pieces, the situation of pieces. I'm not a big fan of the pin that the knight has. And the last move, h4, was played to stop black playing h4. But now this g3 bishop is not guarded, and the black's latest move, just pointing out that rook to d8 is coming and using this knight and the pin on the diagonal. So I agree with you. I also like here black's position. It's a clear plan. And to look from white's side, I would say that white has to somehow...
Can I do this?
Ooh, so
I know I
stick with the
interrupted you
bishop.
half in the sentence, but I'm looking at this and I try to calculate very quickly. Is this a move?
But can I just take the rook?
Yeah, my point was, if you take the rook, I take with the bishop.
Yes, I take the...
If you take on
knight.
e4, I take on c7. And then I
Yeah.
wanted to say my brilliant point was that somehow this is all right for white, because after knight c7, the pawn in h5 is hanging, and I'm doing all right. But as soon as I suggested this, Keti, I realized that after knight takes on e4, I think black can just take on e4. And the bishop on g3 is hanging. So I don't think it really works, but it's a nice idea.
Oh, okay. It's too many minor pieces for the rook.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minor pieces for the rook. This is not equal trade because you count 3 and 3 together. It makes 6. I'm actually one of the players who strongly believes that the bishop is 3.5. Yeah,
I like that.
You also believe that?
I've just actually heard about this, but I agree with you. I agree with you. I would say that the knight is a very nice piece in the end game and very tricky piece, especially in the blitz games. But generally, I enjoy to have the pair bishop advantage and to have a strong bishop. It's a big power.
All right, so it appears that indeed knight x on e4 does not work, and I think that also Axel Bull had to make sure he's not blundering knight e4, because, I mean, when you are playing rook d7, you know this is a very responsible move. You want to make sure there are no tactical tricks, and of course, knight x on e4 pops in the mind immediately. Now, the big question is what Josef here can do. Is there something that the Romanian player can actually come up with? Because black's threat of rook d8 is a very serious threat.
It is indeed very serious threat, and for sure this knight and the bishop will not be lost. There's knight f5 move to run away, but this is on the side for black. If you have more material on the board, you are happy to trade the pieces indeed. All
right, let's select another age group, and it's time for us to move on to the open section under 14, where the top seeded player Sava Vetokhin is playing against Stanislav Vamaro. So Sava is representing FIDE, and his opponent is from Italy, a local player. Here white has an extra pawn, but black is threatening to invade his ranks at the c file. So just to give you a little heads up what happened, we left it at the 11th move here after a3. Black played rook d8, actually, not knight c6. We had a discussion. What should be the follow-up here? Sava decided to accept the pawn. Fine.
Ooh, nice.
Rook c5, knight f6 check here. Vetokhin shows he is tactically sharp, and precisely this is the reason why he is the top-seeded player of open section under 14. Queen d8, king g7, queen d2. He grabbed the extra pawn and he went back and tries to defend his spoils of war. Knight c6, bishop e2, white is rushing with development, king goes to the safety, rook d8, black has some sort of activity, but I think there is no real compensation, and from here on it was Sava who was trying to improve his position before b5, securing the knight on d4, queen b4, queen c5, queen e4, these were the later moves. Alright. Knight takes on e6. I am not entirely sure about this. I mean, I could bring some parallels of the very famous unorthodox a knight trade for the bishop in the famous game of Robert James Fischer against Spassky, was it? I keep forgetting all the time. This knight on d4 is a very, very famously positioned piece on d4, and that's why I'm not entirely sure that this is the trade that Sava had to do, but apparently he didn't see nothing better against the incoming threat of queen takes on f4. But to be honest, Keti, I'm looking at this and maybe there's the other problem. Maybe the threat is rook c3. I mean, I was trying to understand what should I do, maybe g3 or queen g3 check, but black is threatening rook c3, and here Sava simply decided the force matters. He gave up his beautiful bishop, he doubled the pawns in order to play rook d1, king f6. But wait a second, I mean, rook c3 is still a problem. I'm not sure I like this. What do you think, Keti?
I think that this knight on b8 is in fact the biggest problem here in the black's position, and white can just build up the whole game against this knight, activate the king, and keep pushing on the king side.
Maybe. I could agree on that. Also, black has some weaknesses at the king side to attend, the double pawns. The pawn h6 is a weakness, but then again, if black is able to play king e7, knight e7, he controls the c file. Rook c3 is generating quite a nice counterplay. Very nice move of Sava, h4, thinking already organizing a counterplay. And now the big question is what happens after king e7. Let me put it on the board. King e7, g4, and knight e7. Is this so clear? I would say no. Not very clear to me. White definitely has the extra pawn, but then again, I would go back to this moment. I'm sure that Sava knows what he's doing, and he's definitely spent more time here, but knight takes on e6.
Yeah, that was
very responsible move here.
All right, but in the final position, if we go there,
this is not the final. I think h4.
h4 is the final position. So we suggest here the king to e7 to be played, and the idea behind h4 is obviously to create the pass pawn on the king side. So I think that's what we should expect. Or maybe she just wants to develop the king from h2, g3, g4, h5.
Develop the king. I like that.
King.
I don't think I'm correct.
Moonwalk.
Develop the king. Actually,
On the king side.
I thought always you bring the king to the safety.
No, in the end game you always fight like a tiger.
Okay. All right.
So Arturs actually, after king to e7, how serious is this king activity? King h2, knight d7, king to g3, and you were suggesting rook to c3, right?
Watch out also for rook c2 here, because now there is no more rook d8. I think we have to point out this minor little detail that h4 is also escape route for the king, and white might be thinking about a potential idea of rook d8. Hit the knight on b8 because it makes a potential target.
But black is not playing king rook c2 now. King e7 is
maybe,
the move.
but I mean the point is this king e7 takes care also of the d8 square, so that the white rook gonna go to d8, and also it enables the maneuver of knight e7.
It is actually on the board king to e7 as I can see.
Makes sense.
And white has also made a move, so let's see what is that move. I don't see g4 on the board. He played something else. Is that bishop to f3? I think that's bishop to f3 to attack the pawn on b7.
All right.
I like that move. Okay. You know what h4 was for? What you mentioned, to have some space for the king. Because now if we play rook to c7, he wants to play b6 and to grab b7 pawn.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm going to be passive. So the pawn on b7 maybe requires defending. There's also b6 move. And then I'm threatening to invade white's defenses. I think that what Sava is trying to do here is also position the bishop on e4 so that rook c3 can be met by rook d3.
Oh, nice.
But I am not entirely convinced. I'm not entirely convinced. And, you know, maybe from the get-go it was not really so clear if White's advantage is decisive. I mean, he has an extra pawn, but it could be not enough. And here Stanislaw is putting up pretty decent resistance. And I think that we also have to use this opportunity to give a proper shout out for Italians for bringing up the local talents, some of their best players to the championships. Italy is the most represented country, obviously, because this is the home championship. 45 players in total. Also, yesterday we saw in the open section under 18 where the top seeded player, Volodar Murzin, was seriously tested by Pizarro, I think was his last name. Very, very nice fight. So, yeah, they're showing really well chess.
All right, the final moves that we have received here was that Black played b6 and White responded with g4. So Black is trying now to develop the knight on d7 and then activate the rook. White is trying to use the extra pawn and create a pass pawn on the king side. This game is going to be very interesting. Time is ticking, but you guys, we are going to take now another break, and by the time we're back, we will definitely have a lot of time scrambles in many positions. So that's going to be the most important and the most interesting part of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. This is the World Youth Chess Championship in Italy, and we are in the second round We already have very tense situations. Some of the results, Arturs, while we were on the break, we had another game finished. Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, that is one of the highest ranking games in the girls under 18 section, where Wu Rochelle from United States managed to beat her opposition in a very convincing fashion here. Qian Wang from China. We left it here and we concluded that black's position is not really great, and it was the American who continued to show the benefits of having the strong pawn center and two bishops. A4, giving more space for the ducks with bishop. Knight f5, eyeballing for this weakness on d6, e5. Beautiful maneuver here, Keti. Again, knight e6 is about to be anchored here, and the Chinese player had no arguments. f6, f4, white improved her position. f takes, knight f8. She tried to solidify her position. Here, bishop c6, queen f3. It was already too much. Too many threats here for black to bear, because queen f7 is incoming with a lot of threats. So rook takes on d6 was played. Rook f1, queen d7, bishop a3, despite the fact that white is up on exchange. Wu was not yet done. Rook e8, h4, finding more targets, and eventually here after knight f4, things were simply too much for the Chinese player to continue this game because of bishop f5, queen g4. Eventually the spin is costing black another piece, and she had to resign.
Yeah, there was the resignation and also a very short time on the clock, as black was here struggling after the opening phase. She converted that time on the time. Another game has been ended, and this is girls under 14 on the first board. We do have the rating favorite winning another game, and this game was actually nicely played.
Yeah, this is where we last left it, and we tried to give it a proper assessment how to evaluate this position. We felt that white is probably enjoying some sort of an advantage, because she had two pawn majority at the queen side, and the fact that black has an extra pawn at the king side somehow doesn't even feel. Knight a5, knight f6, those are the moves we did not see. King d7, bishop e5, knight e4. The game was a tactical mess, but somehow the top-seeded player was the better player in this very sharp position. King e7, bishop b2, bishop takes, f6. Black kept his extra pawns. I assume there must have been a blunder. King f7, a3, knight h4. Very optimistic, threatening with some check on f3. g5. I have a feeling that black was leaving too much freedom for white to push forward this c pawn. King e7. Now she realized there's a danger. Knight e6. She tried to salvage the position, and once those pawns they start to roll forward, they are unstoppable. No, there's actually no blunder. It's just black wrongly evaluated the position.
I like how powerful all these pawn pushes are on the queen side, and that's impossible to stop when two pawns are on the 7th rank. One of these will be a queen.
Oh, very nice. c8 check, rook c8, bishop c8, and at the end of the complications, white is simply up an extra rook, and a very convincing victory in a very sharp position for the top-seeded player, Anna Schockmann.
Right, so this is what has already been done. We have to take a look at now each of these games because they have no time on the clock. Let's start with Klimkovsky.
All right, so Jakub Klimkovsky is the top-seeded player in the open section under 16, the only player over 2,500 because he has a 70-point margin between him and the second-seeded player, Axel Bukvaloy, who right now is well on his way to secure the second victory in the tournament. Here, for the Polish player, however, things are far from simple. He has an extra exchange, but in the long run, his king is feeling quite vulnerable. Right now, the players are having about 6 minutes for white, 5 minutes for black. But if somebody has all the fun, it's definitely black because the white king is quite exposed.
All right. here, black is taking some time, 4 minutes, and they have to make 8 more moves in this game. So some things have been actually changed, but what I see is that black has not made any big improvements in this position ever since we have seen d4 pawn, and maybe this is a good sign for the rating favorite player Jan Klimkowski. Let's now go to the next board. Maybe we have something more tense to the other game.
On the second board is Aksel Bukvaloi from Norway, playing against Josef Chechani from Romania. Last time we left it, black had an extra pawn. Now he has 3 extra pawns because the entire king side for white has fallen apart. And the last thing that white is hoping for is try to complicate the game, rely on his piece activity. So here white just played bishop e3, hitting the rook on e6. But to be honest, I don't think Keti is going to be enough, because just visually, if I could just retreat with the rook, for example, rook e8, of course I see there's this pin, looks quite scary. But if you play knight e5, I might just play bishop e5, and visually I don't see if there's anything wrong with black's position.
But white can take first bishop f6 and then fork?
That is a very valid
accusation to black.
Very valid improvement of my line. Of course. Okay, all right. I can't do this. All right, so maybe it's not so simple. Bishop f6, knight e5. That being said, I think that black might even sacrifice this exchange. I'm not sure how did they get here. Just a second, what was the last move? Bishop d4, knight b4, here Aksel Bukvaloi just collected 2 pawns at the king side. Bishop b3, I think it was also a sacrifice from the Romanian, hinting towards this bishop f6 and knight e5, and perhaps black can even give it up. Oh wait, I think I just play knight f3. Can I do that? Or maybe it's ridiculous. It's probably ridiculous.
Knight f3 in fact is on the board, attacking the rook and the bishop at the same time.
Oh no, the point was knight g1. Maybe even knight e4 is alright, because I have so many pawns to the kings that they're just rolling forward, like knight e4, c takes on d4, and f takes on e6, and somehow I think that these pawns should be superior with the help of 2 minor pieces to roll forward, but maybe after bishop e6 it's just enough to play knight x on g1.
But now bishop goes back on b3.
You're not convinced, yeah?
Because this is bishop f6, knight d5 again.
Same. Are you saying I'm going to miss the same idea again?
Find the weakness and d5.
It might be possible. I'm not going to deny. All right, it might be possible. Indeed, the knight on g1 is under attack, and bishop f6 is also a threat. So we might actually see it.
But Arturs, what you suggested earlier, to give up the exchange and to have these 3 pawns, it's actually quite sound.
Yeah, so after knight f3,
but preferably black would like to get this d4 bishop off the board, to give up the rook for the bishop. So knight g1 is on the board, by the way. Bishop e6.
So, wait. So it was after knight f3, bishop e6, not knight x on d4. Here, the young Norwegian decided to take on g1. And now the million-dollar question.
Bishop c8. Attacking the pawn.
Actually, why not? Why bishop b3? Why not be ambitious?
Yeah. For sure, to go for the pawn is better. But now g1 knight is hanging.
It also stops the h pawn from rolling forward. Yeah, by the way, of course, it makes sense. If you play bishop b3, you rely on this fork on... Is it the basic
No,
fork?
bishop b3 is not the move for sure. Knight f3.
Knight f3 is instantly responded by Aksel Bu.
Now white can take on f6. King takes f6. Knight d5, maybe king e5, and maybe black has actually
the
good
e-pawn,
chance
Keti. The e-pawn rolls forward. Yeah, he already has seen it all. I mean, look at this amazing...
Maybe king e5. Maybe king e5 to stop knight coming back on d5, and now to... 4 pawns on the king side.
I don't think it matters. The pawn just advances.
Yeah.
Very nice calculation.
Hey, now you wish to have bishop on b3 to stop that one.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't do it you can't do both things at the same time, Keti. You can't keep the e pawn and you can't keep the h pawn. So I think here what Josef did, he tried to stop the h pawn, and the drawback of this plan is now the e pawn is unstoppable, and I think
I have a feeling that White just realized that this pawn is like unstoppable on e3 because you cannot get closer to the pawn.
I'm not sure. Maybe he already knew he's in trouble, because I think he already knew he's in trouble for a long time, right? So he did his best. He tried to complicate matters. Kvaloi did not blunder anything. He calmly collected those pawns, calculated some nice lines, and there you go. I think that this game is about to conclude. So we are about to see a very impressive victory by one of the high-seeded players in the open section under 16. Can we look at the game of while we I don't want to miss the action of the Klimkovsky against his opponent in the open 16 section, but I want to have a look very quickly what's happening in the open section under 14, where Savatokin is playing against Stanislav Omaro, but wow, a lot of things have changed. We don't really have a lot of time to go back and discuss how did they get here. The second time control already has been reached here, and probably thus it's a good idea for us to focus on the more pressing matters in the other games, because the time scramble is approaching. But is this even... is this winning?
It's winning for White.
Why? If I play rook g5, I don't see... Why did he actually play a4?
We'll give up. Hold on. Rook to g5. I play, let's say, rook b7. Arturs, there's this idea to go to the opponent game and then to win on opponent game. So you play rook b7, rook b6, then you give a check, take the rook, king e5, king f7, and to play king d6. But you need a calculation for that.
So that's why you're saying he could have... I thought he wants to win this right away after king e5, king f6, king e6, threat with the mate, threat to promote pawn. So he actually has a different idea. He wants to win the pawn endgame. Play king e5. Now let's put it on the board. Rook g5,
b7.
rook b7. Black has...
You are 6-1. You can play win the king. We have to move rook. So it doesn't matter. Yes, you take
very
king e5,
nice.
King e6, and you just win.
Beautiful game so far by Sava. Apparently, it was...
Look at him. He's so
bored?
sweet. He's looking like, okay, I've done my business.
I already figured this out.
Let's focus on the board, full board. That's so nice. Nice situation. He's looking around, observing the other games. He has done his job in this game.
I mean, Stanislav realizes, okay, there's not much I can do, and maybe from in the initial position, he didn't really realize that the Zugzwang might be the issue here. But the point is, I mean, Black's position perhaps would be even fine if you could legally knock on the table and say it's your turn. But you can't do that. You physically have to move. You can't do that. Rook cannot leave the g file. This pawn promotes. You cannot play king d8. There's going to be a check and White promotes. If you leave the 5th rank, White is going to play king e5, king f6, king e6. Now this is dead lost. After b5, a takes on b5. This would allow White to create a second pass pawn at the queen side. No, this is dead lost, and I'm pretty sure that we are about to see a resignation right here.
Yeah. Beautifully done here by Vetti and Sava. And we can meanwhile move to the next game.
Now let's check very quickly. It's happening at the second board of the open section under 14.
35 seconds. And still 6 more moves to play.
White has an extra piece for 2 pawns, but is this enough to win? So I think Trangia Phukpram was the ELO favorite, rated 2386 from Vietnam. He's playing against Yash Baradia from India. Now the only question is, does he have enough? I'm not sure. Move 34. still 6 moves to make. White's position is not in danger. You can always play something like queen d2, knight f3, normalize the position. But I would say black has decent chances to salvage this, because even, let's say, we have the same game and somehow white manages to trade the queens and win the pawn on b5. This might require some nightmare technique for white to win this, because the pawns are on the same flank, 2 pawns versus 3. Black could just perhaps literally do nothing, and could be really, really difficult for one of the tournament favorites to convert this. But I mean, the b5 pawn, of course, is still alive. I think this is going to be a long game.
It's going to be a long game, but definitely it is White's game, and White has to figure it out to keep the queens on the board or to try somehow some sort of trades. There is still one more game that we have not checked, and this is the girls section. Let's see if we have any time pressure in there too.
All right, that is the girls section of 16. I believe the top board, Alua Normanova, is playing against Alessia Vlasova. Earlier in the game, Normanova had misplayed it. Now let's see if something has changed. It appears that... What does it appear? I'm not sure. I'm thinking c takes on b7 or knight c5 to play. How do we evaluate this? A complete mess, to be honest. The players are
unclear.
Very low on the clock.
It's a commentator's term. Yes. You don't know what's going on. You don't have enough time.
Yeah, we always say
it's such an unclear position.
Yeah, it's very unclear.
And then you understand what's going on, and somehow then it's very clear. So bishop b7 is actually the move to be played here. Knight c5 is also just calling for the play. And the main question comes, should black keep the bishop on b7 and guard it, or maybe it's better to move this bishop back on c8 and try to somehow eliminate knight off the board. It's on
indeed,
the board.
those moves are on the board, and only 4 moves for black to make and 3 for white. Not yet perhaps a time scramble, but this is where it's very important to come up with very high quality moves. I think that white's chances now look better, because Keti, I'm seeing this pawn on b5 and it might roll forward very quickly.
It has a future, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this bishop on e5 though holds it. I'm not sure.
Meanwhile, the game on the top board, under 14, has been finished. And we have white winning this endgame. There is not much of the surprise in that game. So we can actually move forward and take a look what is happening on the other board of the women, girls under 16. And for the moment, I was like 1 hour against 5 minutes, Arturs. Look at this time. This balance here.
And Kam Galane and Kri from Mongolia is playing against Chukiao Wang from China. Chukiao is one of the tournament favorites, seeded as the second player. Here she is pressing clearly, because white is put back to a passive defense on the first rank. G5, I like this idea, Keti. She's trying to create an outside pass pawn at the king side. H takes, F takes, H5, H4, H3, etc. But more sensationalism. I mean, look at the clock. I mean, 1 hour and 9 minutes for the Chinese player.
That's a lot of time. I have a feeling she took her opponent's time too on the clock. Took it from her and put on her side.
I mean,
she's a very fast player, let's say.
She could easily go to the hotel, have the dinner, have a nap, come back, and still have the time to finish the game. Of course, you can't do that, but I mean, extra hour. This is incredible.
That is a clear sign that she's very strong speed player. We might see her at some point at maybe Women's Speed Chess Championship, so we have to memorize this name quite well, but she also has quite decent chances to improve the position even further.
Speaking about Chinese chess, I mean, I know, of course, that nowadays it's a very popular thing to talk about the chess boom in India, but if you talk about the world champions, where do the both world champions come from? I mean, it's Ding Liren, China,
Zhou and Jun. Jun as well.
Jun is China as well.
And the challenger of the world champion was also from China, Lei Tingji. So, actually, chess is booming in China for years and years and years. And we just accept the fact that they're very strong in...
Especially in women's chess, right?
Yes.
For some reason, especially in women's chess, and now also the men's chess has caught up, but obviously China has produced many women's world champions, started with Setsun and then Zhu Chen and
Jun, Hou Yufan.
There's like 5-6 world champions in total. It's such an amazing list of players from China.
That's right. So we have this situation on the top boards, seconds on the clock. Which is the game that you would like to take a look, or you want my suggestion?
I want to go back to the open section under 16.
Yeah.
Jan Klimkovsky against Jacques Shakshilov from Kyrgyzstan, because this is the game which I already envisioned quite some time ago as being one of the most interesting games. But we have a major development here.
And she made the move. He made the move.
Ooh.
Wow, Jan Klimkovsky. We have here 57 seconds, but on the clock earlier it was written 3 seconds.
All right, but the good news is that he has traded queens. I think we missed this, and we have to show this. How did this happen? I think not a good development for black. So queen c6, queen a7 check. Oh wait, he missed this? He missed this. I think he missed this, Keti, because after queen c6, he was thinking for a potential attack, and after queen a7, white was able to force the queen trade, and this is absolutely very good news for white, because it's like, whew, okay, I'm at least not going to be mated. Move 39, a4, an extra exchange is still all that matters.
It is true. The white's idea here is to play a5 to maintain the knight on b6, and then to push the pawn c6, c7, and c8. This is very clear plan, and black will take some more time to create the pass pawn on the in the center actually. So rook to b7 has been played. This is now 14th move that white will play, and white will have very good 30 minutes to figure it out how to improve the position.
Not king b2 though, because you need to be careful. King b2 might run into knight takes on c5, and rook takes on b6 will be incoming with a check. This actually was a possibility already the move before, and Klimkovsky has made a move. There you go, he gets up. This is usually a very common scene. You're seeing the viewers when the players reached the second time control, they're not double guessing. Have they indeed made the 40th move? They know, they trust their handwriting, so they know that after move 40, they will get extra 30 minutes on the clock, and thus it's a good idea to stretch hands, take some refreshments, and come back with more strength.
That's a good point actually, because some of the chess clocks shows the increment right away, and there are some chess clocks which first needs to be flagged and then it appears after that, and that is really tense, Arturs. I have played once in that clock, on that clock. I couldn't get up from the board. I couldn't trust anyone in that case unless I see the increment on the clock. But here we have these FIDE approved clocks, and we can see that time has been already added on the clock, and this is the proof.
Let's check. We still have some time issues in some other games. So here we are following the game of one of the top seeded players in the open section under 14. King e6. What just happened here? Because I'm seeing that white has run out of time. I don't believe it. No, it's not updating, because that would be really painful for the Vietnamese player and one of the tournament favorites to lose on time with an extra piece. The queens are off the board, and ultimately I think that we are about to get our answer, Keti. How realistic are white's chances to win the game? We probably will come back to this game later. I'll just pinpoint one minor but very important detail. For some reason, Keti, I'm looking at the h8 square, which gives me some optimism if I'm a Vietnamese fan, because the Daxua bishop is on the same color, and it means white can afford in some lines to trade the g-pawn and still have the winning chances.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. So if white keeps at least one pawn on h-file, that will be still winning. And let's check out this board. We have the final move, 14th d4. The check is on the board. King has to leave the g2 square. And we need to evaluate that position.
This is a titanic struggle because the top-seeded player, Alua Nurmanova from Kazakhstan, is having unexpected resistance from Alessia Vlasova, who was in the charge basically right after the opening. Remember this early queen maneuver, Keti, this queen g4, queen g3, queen f4, queen f3. The top-level player from Kazakhstan here made a lot of unnecessary maneuvers, which
I think her coach will advise to trade the queen for the next games to avoid this queen moves.
All right.
Just trade the queen. You will not have that on the board.
But answering your question, Keti, how to evaluate this position, I think that ultimately black's two bishops should be stronger. The question is this enough? That's a different question, though. Wait, actually I'm thinking about rook h8 ideas. So, for example, okay, after d4, what do you do if you're white? King g1?
Yes.
I guess so. King g1 makes sense. And I was thinking, can I cause you a lot of pain?
b6, b7?
Yeah, it's of course a very valid question. What happens after b6? I mean, I'm holding the b8 square. So I was thinking, can I play... I'm not sure what to position the bishop. Maybe here. Looks quite ambitious. You play b7. And I was thinking maybe there could be a room for some d3 ideas. Try to promote my pawn. I think you have to take because this b pawn going nowhere. Knight takes on d3 and maybe there's nothing. You know, I tried to construct a mating net somehow, but I guess it doesn't
maybe
work.
bishop. Yeah, bishop e8. Then you still. It's not a checkmate because bishop c5 will stop all the evil ideas of like the
evil ideas. Evil ideas for white. Brilliant ideas for black. Yeah, something like this could happen, but the good news is that the players get extra half an hour, and that's why it's probably going to be enough time to figure out the details. Visually, black appears to be much better. That's how I feel about this position. All right. Now, what do we do? Do we select some other games? I guess we have to.
Yeah, let's move to next one.
The next one, maybe we have to also have a look at, I feel we have slightly neglected the board from 3 to 8 in some other age groups. So let's maybe do this. Oh, by the way, there's one game I would like to check, and that is the game of yesterday's hero, where Matthias Schuttenlind managed to beat one of the highest seeded players. Unfortunately for Norwegian fans, oh sorry, I lost his game. These are not good news because he has lost his game. There you go. Yesterday, Matthias Lind was one of the greatest authors of the biggest upsets of round 1. He beat 2,500 rated player with a black color.
Player.
Very spectacular game. Today, apparently, things did not really go so well for the Norwegian young player. All right, who we could follow? Okay, I guess maybe somebody from the top. There was the derby of two Armenians. We haven't really looked at that game at all, basically. I mean, like, since the very beginning.
Not our fault.
Not
Come on, don't blame us.
There's so many games to follow. Yeah, of course.
Well, queen endgame on the board where black has extra pawn. And usually queen endgames are very long. Very, very long endgame. It can last for 100 of moves. And the side that has extra pawn usually has better chances. So before has been played, and the question now is how black can improve the queen's position.
You know, I would like to talk about some other things because I'm pretty sure they know each other quite well because they're representing Armenia. They're playing the same age group. I wouldn't be surprised. They're good friends, maybe even living in the same room. You know, I've been in those situations. And imagine yourself, you travel all the way from Armenia or whatever, some other country, and you play in an international tournament and you have to play your friend.
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
That's one scenario, but the other scenario can be that they are good competitors of each other and they're facing each other because in some of the countries it is crucial to be number one in your age.
All right.
So the chance that they are actually the competitors is higher.
All right,
to me.
I don't have this information. I'm just really guessing because I definitely have done this many times. I mean, Latvian players travel somewhere as far as Canada, and then we play against each other. Yeah, it's quite funny. All right, so here black has the extra pawn. Let's select something else, perhaps the same age group. Is there somebody which jumps to your attention? I'm not sure which. Okay, maybe. Okay, this game already is finished. Just a second, let me see if I can select somebody I know. Oh, good news for Latvian chess. Jānis Emīls Mieriņš has won his game against a higher seeded player. This is good. So also Latvia is starting well. Happy to see that. What else?
I think we should just maybe come back at the top boards or check out other other boards of. Just come back at the top boards. It's
right.
so many games.
Yeah, there's so many games. I'm just looking at the top boards. Maybe all the top boards of the Open 16 section are over. Open 14 section, there's the game number 3. This could be actually quite a surprise because the third board is the 5th seeded Alex Villa Tornero from Spain playing against Eric G. Jahal from Norway. And here, black has an extra pawn and white has the knight on the rim, and they're usually dim.
They say.
Whoever said this first, I don't know.
I don't think that's from chess. I think they took from somewhere else to chess world.
All right.
And
could be an upset in the making.
Yeah. For me, for Georgian, it makes no sense when I translate. No.
Okay.
But there is actually funny names to many languages and many cultures. Like I recently learned that the knight in the edge usually is called as a donkey for Spanish speakers because it comes probably from the horse. That in many countries knight is called as a horse, also in Georgian language. And if it's not a good horse, then it's a donkey probably.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah.
But here I think black is losing. Black is winning, my apologies. I mean, white is losing. I see g takes on h4, knight x on f4, and king g5. I mean, it's just 2 extra pawns. And unless there's some
and the difference between knight and the bishop pawn is the side pawn. In case h pawn is that knight can win in any position.
That's quite important detail. So indeed, things are looking really great for Eric and the Norwegian fans. So actually Norway could produce yet another upset for a second day in a row because yesterday it was Schutten beating the second seeded player in the open section under 18. Now it could be Eric's turn to do the same in this section. So quite a lineup of underrated talents Norway has produced. I would like to check the girls section because I
like our video. We can see Norway shirt. So nice.
Again, we have to give a proper shout out for our producers finding the players. There you go. Very, very nice zoom in. So, okay, say hello.
That's nice. So nice.
I think, g takes. We can literally see, I think, him taking the pawn. And you see, everybody is interested in this game. Even the next board player is curious to see one of the top-seeded players in trouble, but I guess everybody's used to this. It happens, especially at this level. Let's move on to the girls section, because this is where we have some cameras as well, and maybe we can check the board number 4, which is Eva Barwinska playing against Ksenia Balabayeva. And these are the players from, I imagine, Poland. Oh, what just happened here? Okay. From Poland versus, where's my list? Kazakhstan. All right. Black is pressing. This part is at least quite clear because she enjoys the extra pawn. The rook on g2 is well protected by knight on e4. White can't hit it because there's no way to get there. That's why black has enough time to play b5. So in the simple language, black enjoys the extra pawn on h6 and should be able to convert this to a victory. All right, there we have very nice view. Also, we can see in the background, this is off the stage because all the top 2 boards from every single age category, they're being played on the so-called stage above everybody else. And that's once again yet another reason for everybody try to get to the top 2 boards to be slightly more recognized. I mean, playing on the stage feels rather special. b4 is played by white. She does not look very happy, does she now?
Well, to play against these active pieces and the side pawn on h file that is very soon be pushed is obviously not the happiest moments probably for her, and also extra pawn. This pawn is in fact also extra. What I like here in black's position is that rook on g2 on g file cuts the king as well from all the actions. So move like rook to g7, g8, and then the h5 would create a lot of tension on the board for white. Maybe rook to g4, in fact, to also support h4 square. So h5, h4, h3 can come on the way very fast.
Yeah, I agree. It seems to be a technical position, and it appears that black is well on her way to score the victory. So what else do we have here from this age group? Maybe we can check the girls under 16. We also might have some cameras there. Board number also 4. These players I don't think we have seen so far in action. That is, oh, why is it doing this? That is the game of, no, it's, oh wait, this one. It's already finished. Now that will be the game number 5. My apologies, because it just updated. The game number 5, Manon Shipke from France playing against Nurta Nurieva from Azerbaijan. One of the top-seeded players, meaning Manon is seeded number 5, woman FIDE master. But is she the one pressing here? That's the question.
Well, there is the equal position by the pawns, what I can see, but still 2 rooks on the board. Black has more pawn island, as we say, but also on the other hand, black has control over the g file, and these rooks are connected. So pieces are maybe slightly active for black. Somehow I think I have a feeling that's not too much, and maybe it is just a game that will get in the shape when the time will drop down to minutes. Maybe the players will make some of the upsets, by then. But for now, it looks very solid.
Yeah, maybe this is also a bit quieter time now that the players, all of them, have safely made the second time control. Many games are over by now because usually this is the moment, move 40, the end of the first time control when many games are finishing. And I think that now we could also make yet another break. Potentially at some point we might even bring a guest here with us in the studio. We are going to see that. But hope you're enjoying the coverage so far, dear viewers. Write your questions in the chat. How is your day? Who are your favorites? Just say hello from whichever country you are from. It's nice to hear from you, your positive vibes. We'll be seeing you in several minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we'll be coming back from Montesilvano, Italy in quite a bit. Small pause.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship in Italy. I'm Keti. This is Arturs, and we are having very last moment of the second round of the competition. Arturs, we do have most of the games on the top boards ended, but still some games in progress and some of the key games in the progress. Which is the game that keeps your attention to start with?
Right, Keti, I'm looking at, once again, at one of the most interesting games of the round of the open section under 16, where the top-seeded player, Jan Klimkowski from Poland, is facing his opponent, Erjan Zakshilkov from Kyrgyzstan. And I have to say, I mean, Keti, Erjan is fighting back because he, despite the fact that I think so, at least, he blundered this queen trade earlier before this second time control began. Now he has captured back the pawn on c5, activates his king d6, is about to push forward his pawns in the center. And the more I look at this position, I'm not sure who do I prefer. you know?
Yeah, that's actually very interesting how the pawn from c file went off the board because for the moment when one side has 2 pawns for exchange, so bishop and the 2 pawns for rook, that's more than a compensation actually. It's black who has now the material advantage. I really wonder, Arturs, where this happened actually. The move like a4, a5 has been played very fast, and then it was the move 14th. Maybe there was a mistake that has been made on the last seconds.
Yeah, let's check this out. So Klimkovsky played a4. I mean, we left it about here, and there was this also the first opportunity for black to take on c5. We did not really have a look at this, and I think this was part of Klimkovsky's plan. Meaning, after rook takes on c5, rook takes on b6, he was ready to give up 1 pawn, but to clarify the situation, get rid of the annoying black knight, and then put his faith in the outsized pass pawn at a queenside. And this is precisely the reason why here the player from Kyrgyzstan decided not to accept it. He played rook b7 instead. Here Klimkovsky perhaps rushed slightly with move a5, and now suddenly the a pawn became a problem because black played rook a7, hitting the pawn on a5 with the immediate knight b4. There is a fork on d3 threatening, and after rook a1, knight e3 check, king c2, knight takes on c5, suddenly black was back in the game. So I have a feeling, Keti, that something happened here, and perhaps the 40th move, a4, a5, could it be that this was the mistake of the Polish player?
Seems like it was the mistake, and after e5, now black played rook to a7 and targeting a5 pawn, but fork, another fork on the board, and here we have black actually doing fantastic in this position.
Right. By the way, dear viewers, I'm hearing what you're saying in the chat, and we are doing our best also to show you what is happening on some other boards. There is a very, very desperate request to see board number 38. But I have to say, I mean, we don't have so many live boards. Unfortunately, we can't honor this request. Board 38 is out of our reach. So, I mean, sorry, we can't do it.
Call it later. So there was also the question about how many countries are in this competition. And maybe we can talk a little bit about the statistics itself. We have 80 countries of FIDE. So there are 766 participants from these 80 countries, and now on the screen you can see, guys, one big playing venue with 382 chessboards in 6 categories. We do have categories under 14 for girls and open, under 16 and under 18. And if we dive even more in the statistics, we do have 1 grandmaster in the competition, 20 international masters, 100 FIDE masters, 1 women grandmaster, 6 women international masters, and so on and so on. So this is the tournament that can actually change the future for these kids for good, and they can actually be shown as the heroes of their country, and it is indeed one of the biggest festive moments for the kids. These kids are looking for this event to happen, as it happens only once in a year, and they are preparing for this one very strong. We have seen the delegations here. They have dinners together, lunch together, and as a kid, this tournament was my favorite ones. When you can travel abroad, meet your friends, foreign friends, and spend some of the time with your teammates.
And also, there are the amazing possibilities for the players to relax a bit when the games are over. Very nice hotels in a short walking distance. I mean, we're staying in a hotel which is like 5 minutes walk from the playing venue. The city of Montesevano itself, it's a coastal town of the Adriatic Sea, right? Very nice seashore is here. The weather is pretty nice. Yesterday, I mean, I didn't really check the weather today, but yesterday it was plus 90 degrees.
And today is even more sunny,
even warmer, yeah?
Yes.
All right, so the summer basically continues here, and I saw some kids playing some sports outside earlier. So entire families here enjoying the time, playing some good chess. And again, I think we have to underline that the Italians have done a wonderful job to organize this World Youth Chess Festival at a high school level.
Yeah, Arturs, that is true. And here we still have some of the top boards running in action on the screen. We can see girls under 16, a lot of on their shoulders. They are representing their country, and everybody wants to win the medal here. So this is the first board of under 16. The game had ups and downs. And we do see this final position if we can bring the chessboard on the screen. Black has the pair of bishop advantage here, but white's pieces are somehow well connected and coordinated, and the game has ended. What is the result?
I think it's a truffled repetition, or it was just a draw agreed, because after bishop a2 here, we did not see these last couple of moves on the screen. Bishop a2, rook b5, bishop c4. Black is hitting the rook at b5. The pawn on b6 would be lost, so white is not really interested to trade the b6 pawn for the pawn on a5. And I think here for Alua this was a slight escape, because she was in a major trouble after the opening. So a big shout out for both players fighting it out. Very exciting and entertaining game.
Indeed. So this game has been ended. We have almost empty playing venue as the games are finishing. This is from the start of 4.5 hours almost. So we still have 1 or 2 games in progress on the top boards. This is one of the games that we have the same color bishop and the rooks. I see the pawn on f2 already been too far advanced, and what is also very important, the white's king situation. It's too much cut it.
I think this game is already finished. For some reason we haven't got the final update of the result. I mean, definitely with the king on h4, with the mate threatening somewhere at h5, I don't see white continuing this. So Chukya Wang has won her game against Eng Kangalang free from Mongolia. It means that China is showing really strong so far in this tournament. I'm looking at the top boards, Keti, and trying to figure out if there's a game we haven't yet followed. Maybe that's potentially the longest game.
This is the one we were thinking here that Black has some chances to trade the pawns on the king side and maybe hold on draw. And here this position is getting very interesting. There is a knight trade offer. First question is what happens if the knights are off the board?
Right, if the knights are off the board, white can even afford to trade a couple of pawns after f4, because even the... Okay, probably I'm not going to do it, but let's say... I mean, my point being, if I'm somehow able to collect these 2 pawns, I have the right corner, I have the dark square bishop. If I'm talking from the white's perspective, this should be enough to win the game. But I'm quite surprised about how Black gave up the pawn on h6, because last time we saw this position was about here. There was apparently no need for Black to part ways with the pawn on h6, but he did. All right, I think that we are gonna make a very short break, because we might have a guest here with us in the studio. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Watch the interview. We'll be back in a very short moment.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, and this is not Arturs. We have here the special guest participant from Open Under 18, the third board today, Amin Ohanian, who won his game against with black pieces. First of all, congratulations, and thank you so much for coming here with us to give some of the insights of the tournament. But before we start, how do you feel right after winning the game?
Hello, I'm so excited to be here and share my thoughts about the game. I felt so happy because these first rounds are very important.
Yes.
And it's just nice to have this start.
Right. When you play against a person from your federation, that is a very tricky situation indeed. Here we had this game which was very exciting. Can you please tell us how you get this pairings that you saw that you are playing against your countryman?
Yeah, he's my very close friend, and it's very funny because we are playing third time in a row in these tournaments. I played with him also in European Chess Championship and then in our country and this thing. And it's very exciting to see these preparation moments and who will surprise someone, and this is so exciting, and is obviously very tough opponent to face as well. So
I got the point.
Yeah, it's very hard to do this all, but at the same point, it's very exciting as well.
All right, thank you so much for this honest answer. Can you please show us the key points of the game, the point that was the most important for you in this game?
Yeah, he started with c4. I decided to play something very solid. And here the main move is d4 and this theoretical lines, but I decided to surprise because he's not playing this much and I thought he'll prepare well. And I took and we went for some very interesting and complicated line. The key moment is here, like Black's idea is obviously to play c5 and open this diagonal and develop the pieces. And he played knight e5, which is the key moment at the opening because he's doing something concrete. And then we went to something like this, and the key moment is the first one was when he played e4.
Right.
And in my preparation, I was remembering that I had some d4 and idea like sacrificing the pawn, but his bishops are getting a little bit passive here, and but I couldn't really remember it's actually here or not, because if it's not here, I can get like pawn down position and just lose the game. So I decided that, and I saw that d takes e4 is also a very solid line, and I went for it. And this bishop c5 moment was very important because I'm actually sacrificing the pawn, like he can take this and take on c5. But then his slight squares are getting very weak here, and it's just very hard to play with white. So I understood that he will not go for this. And we went to this endgame where everything got traded. And he played also rook c1, and I have no choice, I should trade the rooks as well. And now I think the key moment was I had queen d1 move, because otherwise it's just an easy draw, I think. Maybe after queen d1 is also equal, but at least I'm getting some chances. So my idea was bishop e3 to play queen e2, like attack this pawns, and then he can't move his bishop because of this pin. So I played queen c6, trying to keep this like this to protect these pawns. And I played queen a4, a3 to keep these pawns to dark squares and get some chances. Queen d4, queen c7. I just completely missed queen c7. I was thinking something, queen takes a6, very interesting line here, queen check, queen e4 check. And king d1 is not possible because queen e1, king f1 not because of queen h1, and f3 because of queen e2. So he should play king h3, and I found this beautiful move, queen c2, and bishop e3, queen takes b2, and it's not really understandable how he should keep these pawns, and it's very hard for him. But he played queen c7 instead, and I went for h5. I think one of the key moments was also this h5 moment, because h5, this before was very strong. My idea was also to go bishop c5, because now I can't do because my king has no escape here. So I wanted to play bishop c5, attacking on f2, and if bishop e3, I have check, and taking this e3 and is winning for me. But he found this very important before, because now I have no this square. And I thought maybe during the game, I thought maybe I needed to go a6 with the same idea, but on before I have already g5, and I'm keeping this important square to go bishop g7 and attack this pawn and maybe try to win, because these pawns are also weak and I have at least some chances. But after h5 before, now I can't do that because he has just some h4 and bishop f4 and everything is blockaded now. So I decided to go all in like with h4, so it's just like that. He takes and I give the check first, because then after takes I'll attack one of these pawns and at least I'll get some tempo. And I was very surprised that he went king f1. I was thinking that he should go to this position, bishop e3. And it was really hard for me to do something, because I thought my advantage is gone already. Of course, I'm slightly better, but not that big chances. But he played king f1, I take, and I thought he wants to go back, but he surprised me with this bishop e3. And during the game, I thought that it's really nice, because after takes he has queen b8, and I don't know how exactly I should keep this play on, because I thought that I need to give a check or queen e4, and I couldn't find an idea to continue the game, because he wants to go bishop c5 and pin this. But he played bishop c5 immediately, I think with the same idea, because take is not good at all, because b takes c5, and even if I have like 3 more pawns here, this c pawn is so strong that I can just do anything against it. But after the game he also told me that he misses queen a8, very important move. So now I'm just getting pawn up, queen endgame, but it's also very, very hard. And it's very funny, because in our last tournament I also got with black pieces pawn up endgame, queen endgame, and we played
queen endgame like
today.
Yeah, okay.
Completely like something like this, and we played very long, but I couldn't win the game.
Okay.
He kept very well. His endgame defending skills are very well, I know that, and I thought, okay, this is my second try, and it was very funny. And then the key moment when I think he goes wrong is then he didn't like to push f4. So I understand that it's just a little bit making his king weak, but I thought if he allows me to play g5, then it's very hard to keep this e5 pawn. So I thought maybe f4 is very important to keep. So queen e7, very nice idea again, like checking, and it's this point I thought maybe it's very close to draw, but then I found that a5 and some chances, and at this point I was thinking he played like this, like keeping this b4 and b5 pawns, but I was thinking maybe it's more interesting for him to take this and keep like this. So because in queen somewhere like this, the idea was when he's going like queen is on d8 for him, I can get with checks to this b4 pawn, and when he gives queen f6 check, king g8, queen d8 check, I have this queen f8 back.
To cover
So
the
yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I thought maybe for him it's more interesting to take with this, but maybe this is also. So I played queen b7. This was my last moves to get time. So I was checking some active moves like check, but then after this king escapes, there is queen e7, and I couldn't understand how to like keep this perpetual checks. So I decided to go queen b7 with the idea to not allow him to do this. Queen d6, also a very nice move. Queen a7. Now I wanted to push g5, but then I understand this queen d6 idea was to play queen d8. And now after this king h5, there's queen h8 check, and again perpetual. So I said, let's play queen to a7 to get some activity here, and then maybe push g5. And he played queen c5 back, and now I can take.
Oh, the pawn game.
Yeah, pawn game, but actually I'm losing. Because after this all moves, we are getting this king d7, king b4, king c6, and he's playing f4, and I'm losing.
Because of the f4?
Yeah, and this pawn is just it's fine to lose like pawn up endgame, yeah. Queen c5, and I can repeat, but I said queen d7. So you played king e3, and now I played g5. I think he goes wrong here, because I think at least now he should push, because after g5 I'm getting this very important square, and maybe my king can escape from g6 to here. Even like this, I was looking for g5 to sacrifice and go.
To activate the
yeah,
king.
yeah. And I think here it should be obvious that g5 is strong. And queen d4, and he blundered with this one, queen endgame, like going for pawn endgame. He told me after the game he wanted to go queen d6.
Yes.
And like I can go to this pawn endgame because of king d4. And it was very interesting that here, king d7 takes. They calculated that f5 d4 is not really, I don't know, there's some lines like this, but after taking there's king a6 very important, and he's getting this square and this pawn promotes. So he wanted to go with queen d6, and then he told me this after the game, so he saw queen a7 check. I wanted to play this move as well. And then he thought, okay, I can't go to the endgame. Let's do with queen d4 to not have this queen a7 check. But now actually it's losing because I am not going king g6. I'm going f5, and I want to go g4 to promote. Takes, and after king 5 I'm not going actually coming with my king. I'm just pushing e5, and he's one tempo down here because I'm just getting one tempo
the king
faster.
is too far.
Yeah. And
can he try to promote the pawn as well?
He can, because it's just too late. I'm just promoting with my one tempo, and he's getting only to b7. And that was crazy because he's one tempo down to go with king, and actually one tempo down with go to pawns. He can try with this way, with this pawn, because it's with check. Like the trick is like somewhere in this position when king was being on f8, there's just promotion, but I just go here, and again he's one tempo down here.
Wow, what a fantastic technique here in the end game. But tell me what you felt when you saw this queen d4. It's obviously a blunder. Did you see right away the win there?
When I pushed g5, I was calculating queen d4 very long, because I thought if he is not going for queen d4, then I have a chances, very good chances here. And actually in every move I was calculating trading these queens, and if it's the pawn endgame is winning or not, because I think it's the key moment in these queen endgames to trade or not. And I calculated queen d4, and I was very shocked when I see queen d4, because I was 100% sure that it's winning for me, and I just checked it a few minutes, and
wow, that's really, really interesting game, and thank you so much to give the full picture. That was so nicely analyzed. I obviously had like no question to ask further about the game, and it has been so smooth win from your side. Congratulations once again. It was fantastic study game. Can you please tell us, you mentioned earlier that you had played all these youth games already third time. Who is winning between you two? Who is in edge?
We played like maybe 10 times already in our Armenian national championships, so I don't really know the exact score yet. Too many games, also in Belize and everything. But obviously I enjoy very much playing him, and it's very, very, very nice.
That's very amazing, and perhaps many more games ahead of you. And obviously, competition makes everyone very strong. If you can tell us a little bit about how your federation, how the other players enjoy the time here in Italy, and what is the usual schedule for everyone here, for you in person? How do you actually divide your time schedule here?
Yeah, I think our federation is enjoying it because we are very friendly with each other, and we are also enjoying this company and playing like in another country and this everything. I think the schedule is pretty standard for me. Nothing really different.
A lot of preparation.
I used to prepare a lot, and but it's also very important to get a rest, because it's only for example 10 moves in the opening, but then you are getting tired from that 5-hour preparation, and it's just getting out of control maybe. So it's very important to have a rest, and prepare the game as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting topic. Earlier we were talking about that on the commentary, because I agree with you. I agree 100% that I always want to have the fresh mind. I prefer to work harder before the event than during the event for hours and hours. So
Yeah.
Oh, we found each other who has the same opinion. Please tell us what is your favorite Italian food?
I think I like a lot of these pastas.
Pasta.
Yeah, like with tomato sauce and something like this.
Mhm.
And it's very nice. It's also restaurant is very good and
Yeah.
everything is nice here.
Yeah, this is amazing. Do you have, I know it's only 2 days here that
Yeah.
you guys are, and many more to go, but is there any kind of like sport activities, or maybe you play some of the card games? How the evenings look like after the game?
I think most likely I want to take a rest a little. Of course, in the rest day and like in few days, it's possible like to have some fun and like get out of this tournament to just
Yeah.
the souls and everything. But these few days, I'm trying to concentrate 100% and
Yeah.
do my best.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for coming here and spending this precious time of yours here. But I know you need to rest and get prepared for the next round. I really hope that you will come once again in our studio and you will win more and more games. Wish you best of the luck and thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
So guys, we are now going to take a very, very short break and we'll be back with Arturs and more games to go. And here we are in Italy for FIDE World Youth Chess Championship. Round 2 is about to be finished. Just few games in progress. Arturs is back. Welcome back, Arturs. Do we have any games still in progress on the top boards?
Absolutely. I think that we are going to jump back also to the top board of the open section under 16, where the Polish young talent Jan Klimkowski is facing Erjan Zakshilikov from Kyrgyzstan. Now here what we are seeing is that you're about to get a board on the screen. Here the young Polish player just played knight a4, trying to simplify the position. I'm a bit curious what's the clock situation. Right, so it appears to be we don't have the clock after White's last move, but White had about 9 minutes versus Erjan's 4. Knight e7, black declines obviously the trade because white cannot be allowed to play rook b6, attack the king and the bishop, and then push forward the pawn. So black is trying to set up some kind of a fortress.
So it seems like everything is controlled by the black pieces, and here all these key points. But what's the way how then you can improve from that moment? Is there a way to break through with the pawns in the center?
Yeah, I mean, that was the case, right, until a half an hour ago, because when we looked at this position from afar, it was not very obvious who's actually playing for the win. Is it white who has the extra exchange, or black who has a pawn for it and the strong pawn center? So probably the objective evaluation of the position was that it is an equality. However, here, Keti, I'm not so sure that this is the case because I just don't see those pawns moving forward. I mean, you have to play something like a 5, e4, the pawn on d4 will be under attack, and I think that here Jan has found a very nice placement of his pieces. The rook on a3, rook on b4, they continue pushing forward the a pawn. Also, they take care of all kinds of checks on b3. Knight c5 is back played by black, but again the question is black happy with rook b6 check here? I guess we're gonna find it out.
We're gonna find that out actually. Maybe this is sort of invitation to get this rook on b6, and then the question is again how white is going to improve. Shall we take a look what happens, for instance, rook to b6, king perhaps go on d5, and
I guess the d5, right? I mean, usually these are very difficult decisions to make because sometimes you feel, I mean, it's literally you've been in this situation so many times that you already feel one of the moves is the correct move and the other move is the mistake, and you just have to make the decision. Go right or
3
left.
minutes on the clock, actually. It's not easy to make decision. Arturs, I'm actually thinking king c7. What happens after knight to a4 in that case? Because the bishop is on e6 protected for the moment. But after knight to a4 here.
I was looking more at knight d3, but again, knight a4, the
that's
same
also
idea.
pretty move, yeah. Actually, maybe it's even better. So here, any change, I think, is fine for white. For instance, if you take the knight, I'll take the bishop in this position, threatening maybe rook e7. Oh, sorry, I will take the knight. Sorry. I speak something else than I thought.
Right, so after knight a4, knight takes on a4, rook takes on a4, but again you need to calculate things very carefully. So black might have some surprises up his sleeves. Rook a5, king takes on b6 is the idea.
Too many pawns already here.
Right. I'm not entirely sure if king c7 is the move to make. By the way, are we seeing what's the move he played at the intuitive level? I think it's gotta be king d5 because you want to centralize your pieces. But then again, the king on d5 has a major drawback. I mean, the black king steps away from this a pawn, and that could actually be his undoing. For example, if this pawn runs forward uncontested, black might regret not keeping the rook on b6 under a check.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Arturs. Is that actually the case? I really see the king on d5.
Maybe we can zoom
I
in a
see
bit.
the rook on b6. Let's zoom anyway.
There you go. Very, very critical game of the open section under 16 to determine who is gonna lead the tournament after day 2. I mean, already the open section yesterday saw some first upsets because the second seeded players suffered the shock loss with the white color. Here you go, here you see king d5 stands indeed on the board, and I think of course also Erjan wants to be ambitious. He wants to remind white that, listen, I'm also playing here. I also have my ideas here. f5, e4, and nobody wants to sit in a passive defense.
No. Arturs, I have some evil idea here.
Evil idea?
Can I?
Shoot it. Okay.
So how about a6 pawn? Push.
All right.
And you might ask, what is evil about that? Bishop c8, attack this pawn.
All right.
And rook to a5. So somehow this king on d5 is stacked, right? And when you take on a4, Exactly. That's the evil point here.
Very evil. I mean,
Take
Keti,
with
you're up
us.
for evil ideas here. takes, and knight a4. I like it. So how did this happen? It was with a king on d5. Where's my notation here? I've slightly lost it. Yeah, here we go. a6, yeah?
Yeah.
So the big threat is rook a5. And white is definitely thinking about this. It makes sense because you want to push forward your passed pawn. But yeah, by the way, how do you deal with this idea?
Black's king is just dropped on d5.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, black's king on d5 seems to be safe, seems to be centered, but no, actually, it might be his undoing here. Just a second. I quite don't follow. I mean, yeah, there's no d3, there's no e4. f5 is literally the same. f5 is rook a5.
And all these moves are just coming on time. And Arturs, even at this point, after f5, and rook a5, the threat is to take the knight on c5 and take the bishop on e6. That's also the end game that I can consider that it's winning for white.
Could it be that black has made here a mistake here? So if we go back here, rook b6 check, could it be here that Arturs has fallen for the trap? I mean, king d5 is so tempting move. Oh my goodness, I feel I'm so responsible for this, Keti, because remember we're having this discussion sometimes. You are in the situation where you feel one of the moves is probably the right choice, the other move might be a big mistake. Yeah. So indeed here, black might have to have played king c7 to keep the rook on b6 contested. King d5, so unfortunate for the Kyrgyzstanish player because here the king seems very active. The threats are f5, e4. He wants to be ambitious, but brilliant pointer, Keti. a6, rook a5. It just feels unstoppable. I don't see any defense.
Did here Jan played a6?
I don't see it on the camera because once again, maybe we can zoom in a bit.
Well, if he plays a6, I have the theory, and I will just say right away.
All right, I think the pawn stands on a6. So it's official, yeah. The Polish player has noticed his chance, and I think right now the horror in Arturs' face, he realizes what he has done because now rook a5 is a major threat, and there's just no way. There's just no way to stop this.
He has 1 minute and 30 seconds to figure it out, the way to avoid rook a5.
Yeah, but how? How do you figure it out? Because, I mean, f5, e4 is too slow. Bishop c8, very nice. Once again, you found this idea, Keti. Bishop c8, rook a5, pinning the knight, threatening with knight a4. There's just no defense.
Yeah, and Arturs, about my theory is that people who has pierogi for breakfast, lunch, and dinner have the ideas like this.
Well,
yeah, all 1 minute on the clock.
Well,
That's
we at
so
least see
difficult to see this moment.
We see a worthy competitor of Boris Gelfand spinning of the bishop or a pawn.
Pawn, I guess.
A pawn, yeah. All right, obviously Boris Gelfand is notorious,
the
if I may say.
champion of that.
A champion, world champion of spinning the pieces in his gang, and this is what Arturs is trying to do, replicate the greatness of Boris. Bishop c8 is on the board.
Bishop c8 is on the board. That's actually the move you have to play. Rook to a5, pinning the knight on c5, also pressing on the clock. That is another good technique here, not to give too much time to your opponent to find out the move. What
All
is
right,
now?
Bishop takes on a6. This is something we do not see. I mean, the point is, this is really nice. He's
like
threatening
it, yeah.
bishop e2 check.
But there is bishop knight d3, right?
That is a cold move.
Pierogi evilness.
That is a cold move, Keti. So knight e3, bishop takes on d3. Maybe this is the last chance for black to try to stay in the game, give up the second exchange, but at least have some activity. But you know,
they both are spinning the pieces now. This is funny video.
So it's a contest of spinning, yeah? Okay. So after bishop takes on a6, I'm not so sure that here white has to rush with knight e3 because there's so many pins. maybe White can even afford to play something slower as King D2 or King E1.
Yeah.
We might get our answer very soon because the clock is ticking for the Polish top-level player.
Yeah, king to move away from the light square can also work. Knight d3 is out there as well. Only move that is probably the worst is knight to a4 here for White.
I think that Jan must feel that he's very close to the win, and that's why he feels the weight of the decision he has to make next. I think he touches the king E1.
Yeah.
By the looks, it looks like King E1 is the safe move. This is also the move that Erjan didn't want to see. I think he already realized he's in trouble. He needs some kind of a help. So Knight E3 perhaps was something he was hoping for here. King E1, White keeps all the threats alive. And despite the fact that Black has a beautiful 2 pawns for the exchange and 2 very beautiful connected pass pawns in the center, the Knight A4 threat is simply too much.
Simply too much, and Arturs also the bishop and the rooks are pinned. So the moment the knight is off the board, the game is down as well because Black cannot afford to lose so much material. Is there anything? 50 seconds to go.
Rook B7 maybe.
Rook B7.
How about Rook B7? Rook B7, you just take on B7. Oh my goodness, you can't even do that. Rook B7 and Knight A4 all over again. If you retreat to the rook at A file, White takes rook B to A6, and there is a move on the board. He has chosen something else. Which move is this? I don't quite see. D3? I think I saw D3 on the board. The pawn stands on D3.
D3, and is that any help after Knight A4?
I don't see how. Even the same Knight X on D3 is again an option. Now it costs Black a full pawn. I think we might see a resignation here after Knight A4. Maybe Black is trying his last chance to play King D4, King D3 and try to push the D pawn forward. Should not be enough. Knight A4 confidently played by Klimkovsky.
Yeah.
King D4. Erjan is going to try his final chance to activate the king, but the logic says he should not have enough time to do this. Wait, where did I jump?
Where are everyone?
No, I don't know. Where did I jump?
Where is everyone?
I lost the notation. Where is it? By the way? King E1, D3, and Knight F4. Yeah. And what was the last move that was played? Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the relay is a bit behind us, so we can only get the actual updates from the board. There you go. There's the resignation, and fantastic game by 2 players. Jan Klimkovsky, at the end of the day, is victorious and beats Erjan Zakshilnikov in a very exciting game.
Indeed, this has been truly the most complex game where both players did their best, and oh, what a position we have! What a position we have, but still we have these 2 players on the screen, and well done indeed to Polish player who converted the position. But look at this, we don't see this very often, knight and bishop endgame, where you need to know the technique, otherwise you will suffer big time to checkmate. Arturs, I want to know when was the last change, so let's see how many moves they have played here.
Right, let me see. It's been quite a while, actually. Wait.
We have to go back even farther.
So it's quite a while, and this is the position still.
King
here.
G4 has captured something?
Move 54. Move 54, just a second. No, move 56. This is the position.
So it makes 106, right?
106, and the game after 81, after half of the moves, is still going. Wait a second. And now the big question, of course, is does Trangia Prokhan know how to checkmate the knight and bishop, you know?
But it's already in the edge of the board. I think that's the correct direction. He will checkmate now very soon.
Yeah.
What a finalize of the game.
let me just start.
Okay, give us a master class.
The master class. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. No, he knows. Yeah.
You can see.
So
yeah.
This is the starting position, dear viewers. And you know, actually, I would like to ask you a question. Raise hand, everybody who can confidently say, I know how to checkmate with the knight and bishop. Of course, this is a very notorious checkmate and probably one of the hardest ones, but I still believe it's not that difficult. I mean, especially in the modern age of the information, basically the entire YouTube is full with the videos how to do it. We have had, of course, some occasions when one of the players was unable to deliver the checkmate, but usually, Keti, this happens in a time scramble, in a blitz. In a classical game, when you have extra 30 seconds per move, I mean, you should be able to do it.
You have to do it, and let's be honest, you have to also know this technique, how to do it.
The W principle in a simple language, that's all you need to know. The W principle, very nice. Yes, he's showing just top-notch technique to cut off the king. Bishop c5, bishop b4, beautiful. I mean, we get our answer. So Ham knows, he knows the checkmate. I can immediately sense he knows what he's doing here. He's slowly making sure that the black king is pushed to the right corner, because there's one simple rule, and there's actually the end of the game. White wins. You have to get the king to the corner of the color of your bishop. There is no mate on the other side of the board.
Yeah, let's see. Wow, that was quite convincing.
I think that
how
was
they finalized it.
This is the final position. Knight a3 check, bishop c3. It took almost 40 moves. Apparently, I think so. I mean, no, 35 something. So it was not really that obvious, but still very nice showcasing of the Vietnamese player to show everybody how it's done.
I love it. I love it. I never had this in practice. And the thing that maybe took too long for White to convert this position is that he has not practiced it. You know, and you might know it by the theory, but when it comes to actual board, that's a bit too difficult. I have seen some of the top players doing it very fast. Was it Jan Krzysztof Duda? I think he delivered it in a second. But players at that level, they actually do some trainings with the coaches or with the seconds, with the grandmasters, to learn and to practice this kind of end games very fast.
Okay, I mean, maybe it was not exactly the smoothest of the techniques, because he wasted several tempis here and there, but often, I mean, the understanding of how to checkmate knight and bishop against the bear king, it starts exactly with this position. So there's a bit of gray area, and some people that haven't really studied this, how to get to this position.
Yeah, this is the most difficult
situation. How do you get this? Because from here, it's smooth sailing. I mean, you know W principle, you know that there's this maneuver of the bishop trying to cut off the king, slowly limit him of more squares, and slowly but carefully pushing the black king to the right corner. But again, this gray area sometimes is the thing which causes the most trouble.
Yeah. Well, it's always good to know this kind of end games and Arturs. Before all the important tournaments that I was going to, my coach was always telling me that I have to take a look at the most common end games and the most important end games. Before each tournament, you have to look through once again, what's the technique there? And it was like very good advice from the coach.
You know, Keti, I feel I have to bring this up. You mentioned about studying the most important end games, and this is actually a real story from my career, because I became a coach more than 10 years ago, and I had the chance to coach some of the best Latvian students now. They have become grandmasters, also my teammates in the Latvian national team. And there was one session where we were looking at a very interesting theoretical rook endgame, extra pawn, and you have to know a very, very precise way to capitalize on this. And we looked at this position from various angles. Then, a week later, I would play for Team Latvia in the European Team Chess Championships. The decisive game, I'm fighting for the final GM norm, and guess what? I'm getting exactly this very endgame I showed to my students a week ago. And I'm sitting there and I'm smiling. I just cannot believe. Because, amazing. I mean, I literally told my students every single finer detail about this endgame, and I just play like this. I mean, very, very comfortable. I know everything about this. And I win convincingly. I scored my final GM norm, and after the game, I had a discussion with one of the team members, the legendary Yevgeny Sveshnikov, who was also a member of our team, and he said, I think this is a draw. I said, no, maestro, you're wrong. I studied this a week ago. I know everything about this thing. He said, okay, I'm not going to argue. So it was a very, very nice moment for me.
Well, that's very amazing, Arturs, and I believe that's one of the best memories for you.
Absolutely.
And also that hard work brought you a Grandmaster.
So study Endgames, the viewers. I mean, it pays off, and it pays off at the
Endgames,
most unexpected moments, in the most important moments of your career. Sometimes.
Yeah, I can't agree more. The Endgames are one of the key, and what I really like about Endgames, it shows the spirit of chess. You can see how beautiful actually the chess is. Well, this is, I assume, the final game for today, Arturs. What a beautiful games we have seen. We have seen even the flagging today, which is so unexpected in the classical chess with the 30 seconds of increment. But what is good news for that player who flagged herself is that more games on, 9 games ahead of her, and this is anyway, another 9 rounds is another tournament, right? So, and we have seen also very nice techniques of some of the players, but we have to call it a day and invite our viewers to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time to join us for the already round 3 at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship.
Maybe we also have the slides for the results. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we have to take
All
a
right.
look at the final results to check it out. Who are the who has actually scored the main points? So we can maybe start with under 18 groups, open groups.
Yeah, so it would be a good idea to summarize the results, the most important results, what has happened, because all of the top boards in the open and the girls sections are over.
All right. While the graphics are on the way to us, maybe. Yeah, we can predict about tomorrow. Pairings are not probably yet in all the categories because the games just ended and it will take probably some time. But round 3 is already where we have some of the top favorites, rating favorites facing each other.
I mean, it could be, because looking back at the pairings of this round, for example, let me just select, for example, girls under 14. A total of 56 players were having 1 point out of 1 game, obviously. So you would assume there's going to be some games which finish in a draw in the second round. Most of the games probably will finish in a win. So I would still expect something like at least good 10, 12 boards with 2 points each. The main favorites, of course, are not yet meeting against each other. But again, with every single passing day, the competition becomes tougher and tougher and tougher. So eventually we are going to see a clash of the yellow favorites.
In a data, and let's take a look now at the result, which will fly on the screen right away. And we have here girls under 14. We have the rating favorites scoring the points on the top 3 boards, and we do have a rating upset here. Kesariam Galadze from Georgia.
No, it's not an upset. Sorry, somebody already dropped out in the previous round. Apparently,
Okay.
No, it's ELO favorite.
It's ELO favorite. So how about the last boards?
Yeah, so the last boards, Irene Liutzinger was also a favorite, at least according to the ratings. If that really matters, she won her game against Amalie Zadropova, and also, there you go, there's a very small surprise. Tamila Trans from Germany beat Victoria Smitanska, who was the higher seeded player.
Right, let's move to the next category and check out what happened under 16 girls. On the first board, we had the tie in the very interesting game, as well as on the board 5. The other boards were not much of the surprises or the upset. Moved to the girls under 18. Let's check it out if we had any surprises there.
That's right. So 2 draws under 16 for girls, if we call it a small surprises, but I guess the favorites have to drop points. Shall we check girls under 18?
Under girls 18 here, we do have a lot of wins on the top first
It seems the favorites are winning.
3 boards with white pieces. So that is not much of the upset here
No upsets
as
at all.
well. And going to the Open under 14, here we do have first 2 boards winning their games, and we have seen this final game, Bishop and Knight versus the King was converted, and we do have here
an upset on board number 3, where one of the top-seeded players, Alex Villa Tornero, lost with the white color against Norwegian Jiahao Eric G.
Right, Open under 16 has been very successful for the rating favorite Jan Klimkowski. He managed to win in the end game. Another Polish player on the board 6 tied the game against Anton Slatkov, and there is not any major upsets here. On under 18 Open section actually brought 2 victories for white pieces on the first 2 boards, and then we had Amin Ohanyan from Armenia, who was here, our guest. He had a really nice game against his opponent. And then on the next board, we have the tie. So far, the things are heating up, and we don't have any major upsets. Seems like the rating favorites are winning the games.
The favorites are doing really well so far. Yeah.
That's right. So, guys, this is the results of today, and we're going to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. and check it out who they will be facing. 3 p.m. is our time to meet each other, and we have to say goodbye now.
Bye-bye.